Please enter the meeting passcode followed by the pound sign. Please enter the meeting passcode followed by the pound sign.
Test 1, 2.
Oh.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Another mic check, check, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not hearing any static that time.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, June 6th. It is 9:30 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is board member Sean McGuire, board member Nicole Morgan, and joining us virtually is board member Laurel Firestone. With us here additionally is our executive director, Eileen Sobek, our two chief deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our chief counsel is Michael Loffer. Our clerk of the board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Meredith Thompson. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast recorded, and we have, it's a hybrid meeting, so we're also here in person. If you're joining us virtually, you're viewing us in one of two ways. You're either on the YouTube's live stream or on the Cali PA website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items or as part of public forum, you should be here on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda, a link and a form that you can fill out. If you're having any challenges getting onto the Zoom platform, though, please do email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you requested. For those of you here in the room, good morning, good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. I want to first, we have a few announcements to make sure we provide. Please do look here at the exits. In case of an emergency, we will calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further instruction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on an item today and or part of public forum, there is a QR code and link in the back. It's similarly the link that's at the top of the agenda, or if you're having any challenges, you can please do talk to the clerk of the board. Once you are speaking on your item, please do introduce yourself and any organization you are part of. Please do also turn off any cell phones, any noise-making devices. We're in a particularly small room, so want to cut out distractions. With all that, thank you, and we can move on to, as we customarily have, public forum. And I know we have a number of commenters this morning on public forum, so we will take them in order of those as we receive them. So I will first like to call up Bob Gore. Good morning, Mr. Gore. Oh, apologies, you may need to turn on the mic since you're first up. There's a button, I think, there.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Gore.
Good morning, board and staff. I'm Robert Gore from the Gualco Group, and as we discussed earlier, Grandpa, with two heads up for this winter. The first is a result of a visit with Kings River Water Master and the LAO last week. It was a half-hour briefing that turned into an hour and a half. And one of the items that came up, it was an insight we all need to be aware of. This winter will be a very narrow window to clean up river channels and river debris that's scattered all over the San Joaquin Valley. Everyone's focused on the floods, which are a slow motion tragedy, and rightfully so. But equally challenging will be cleaning up the debris, which is, like I said, massive. And if the rains start early, and they just might, we may not have enough time to clear the channels. And the Pine Flat Dam still has the potential to have both of its channels at more than 200% of capacity between now and the end of the month. So it's a serious thing we need to be aware of, and it surprised the LAO. So I thought perhaps I wanted to share that. The second insight about this winter is from another client, the city of Antioch, which will be opening its brackish desal plant, and you're all invited. So we'll come back with a formal invitation, but meanwhile, to refresh your memories, the desal plant, which the governor and I believe the chair visited earlier this year, is a $130 million project, 6 million sustainable gallons per day of brackish water desal. It is regional water supply and resilience. It puts less demand on Los Vaqueros during droughts, which is not readily apparent. And also, it has vastly upgraded intake screens that are fish friendly. It's funded both by SRF loans and DWR grant. Also, again, to refresh your memories, DWR and the governor's office earlier this year renewed an agreement, a settlement, that formally recognizes the project as essential and requires state cooperation. My purpose is to briefly raise 2 points. One, we'd like to thank DFA and its staff for continuing to work with us on processing payments. At one point, a few weeks ago, we were behind by about 30 million, and for Antioch, ADAC, and recovering from a bankruptcy, this is significant. So we want to make sure, as we're closing out the project, we stay at the top of the queue so we can get this thing wrapped up. The second is we request the board's engagement in obtaining a basic memorialized exemption from diversion curtailments. This non-precedential, unique action to support is essential for an uninterrupted operation of the city's critical water supply and the region for that matter. For the past 2 years, and I've engaged in these personally, we've had collaborative emails, a lot of meetings with the Office of Chief Counsel, the Division of Water Rights, and the Delta Water Master. We understand the repeated assurances that public health exemptions and other language could keep the desal plant online during curtailments. And here's a word my youngest daughter, the litigator, says is really important, but time passes. Those involved can retire, institutional memory fades, and it's not a part of the legal record. So as we all recognize too, aridification, precipitation volatility are permanent and must be accommodated. Additionally, Antioch again merits the attention. Our draft permanent curtailment language is familiar to staff. It's just a few words more than 50. We recognize everyone's got a big workload right now with droughts and floods at the same time. This is a small item, though. We'd like to get it ticked off as soon as possible. Thank you for your courtesy.
Thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Gore. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer West.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer West. I'm the Managing Director of Water East California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning. I was going to start by saying, ask the Water Board to be more transparent in its process for developing direct potable reuse regulations. But I do see that in the packet this morning, there is an Executive Director's report outlining this process, that the Administrative Procedures Act will start in July, and that there is a planned workshop for August and final adoption in December. So we thank you very much for that, and the workshop is something that we're very much focused on. This is an extremely important set of regulations, extremely complex. But I do want to remind the board that there has not been a public draft release since almost a year. We met with the Water Board in DDW in late August, and at that point we thought that a draft would be released before the end of 2022, which it was not. And then we had another meeting in February, and again, we thought the release would occur at the beginning of the year. It has slipped, but I think from our perspective, I'm going to ask an unusual request that we receive a public draft immediately because of the complexity of the regulations. I don't think there's anything necessarily prohibiting this. It will help us get to a streamlined public comment process with these incredibly complex, important regulations. If we had them now and we don't act, we would alleviate maybe 2 months, where potentially up to 2 months before we would see that next draft with the APA process. Again, I understand that's an unusual request, but because of the complexity and the importance, and obviously this draft, the DPR regulations are highlighted in the governor's water supply strategy and the importance, we make this request of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. West. I appreciate what I know has been a long-going and important partnership these last years to get DPR regulations out. I know this is an incredible feat. I mean, you look at across the nation, not many states have been able to really create as comprehensive a regime as we're looking to. So to your point, we do have to get it out, and just appreciate what's been a lot of great engagement. I think in February, the hope was that it would be out on the streets by now. And I want to acknowledge that we are behind on making sure we have something out publicly for folks to be noodling on. And we're going to provide and ensure to provide enough time for to ensure that everyone does digest it. And here we come to what is going to be an incredible marker as we look to adopt those regulations. But want to make sure we get it right. So just thank you. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Nathaniel Kane.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Nat Kane. I am the Executive Director of Environmental Law Foundation, and I'm here today on behalf of the Karuk tribe and the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations and the Institute for Fisheries Resources. So the State Board has done some great work in the last few years. But for my money, one of the best things that this board has done is the Scott and Shasta River emergency flow regulations. During the depths of the worst drought of our lifetimes, this board stepped up to protect fish that tribes rely on, fish that the fishing industry relies on, and fish that simply are not going to make it if we don't act. So now it's time to take the next step. It's time to make the Scott regulations permanent. And so we know that even in normal years and even in wet years, the Scott doesn't meet the CDFW flow criteria. We know that fish populations are falling faster in the Scott than in the rest of the Klamath. We know that they're well below federal recovery goals and that they're flirting with the depensation levels. And we know that flow is perhaps the key limiting factor preventing these species from flourishing. And so we know what's going to happen if we don't do anything. And we know that the courts have upheld this board's authority to adopt flow regulations. In fact, they've said that this board has an affirmative duty to uphold the public trust in the Scott River. And that's why these organizations filed a petition a few weeks ago to make the Scott regulations permanent, to protect this river and its fish for the future. I'm here today to ask the board to grant the petition and start the process of protecting this river for the future. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has. Otherwise, thank you for the time.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Kane. Appreciate the request. I saw the petition come through, and we won't have anything to say from the dais, but just do appreciate your participation today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Ryan. And Ms. Ryan, I know we have a number of elders and tribal members here as well. Feel free to kind of, at this point, go as a group so that we can keep folks together in your group.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And there are a few folks who are not on the public list, but I know that they've signed up. So maybe everybody could just get close so we can just kind of go in a row. That would be great.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have a few slides on here. I've come as the environmental director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians to discuss the Clear Lake Hitch and make a information order request of your staff and of yourselves. And as you've heard from the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians and other tribes of the Clear Lake region, we've been saying no more loss of species on our watch. So the tribes, and in particular Big Valley, we are here to let you know what's going on in Clear Lake right now with the Clear Lake Hitch, the Chai, and make our request for information order. Next slide, please. So already at this time, and of course, we knew this through our own predictions in terms of the reduction in flow along Adobe Creek in particular because of our sonic water level indicators and wells and also pressure transducers along the creek. That when it comes down to that time of year when there's pooling in the creeks, so there might be flow, but there are spots where there are pools, puddles, where there are stranded fry, thousands of them. And this is also, if you look at the two pictures showing a 3 CFS and 11 CFS, this is modeling done by one of our consultants, showing places, red spots along Adobe Creek where fish are expected to be stranded because of the depth and with the reduced flow. And as you can see, once you have broken passages along the creeks, you're going to have the potential for thousands of stranded hitch. The biologists have said for a while now that juvenile recruitment failure is one of the main reasons why the population has dropped to the drastic level that it has been for a number of years. Next slide, please. With our staff, we have a fisheries program. You can see Clear Lake Hitch, the Chai, here's some that we are finding dead ones, as well as live ones that we're rescuing. And you can see just in the last 3 days, a couple of locations where we have been rescuing the ones that are live from multiple creeks. So 500 fry from Thompson Creek, 536 fry from Adobe Creek Reservoir area, 743 fry from 2 isolated pools on Bell Hill Road. That's also on Adobe Creek. These are areas where there's now not enough flow and not enough continuous water to be able to get the fry once they've hatched back down to the lake. We are in June. Usually these creeks dry up in April or so. Next slide, please. Got so much rain, so that's fantastic. But we're also talking not just about this year, but about all years when we have low rain or high rains and low rains. What you can see on this slide is the documentation from Big Valley. Other tribes are doing this as well. Every time we are out there doing hitch observations, we are noting what's going on in that area, also the number of fish that we're seeing. This is information that will be shared with the state agencies. We are including the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. But you can see these numbers. We are definitely seeing lots of fry, which is fantastic, but these need to make it back to the creeks, to the lake. Next slide, please. So the problem is, or one of the problems that we have is there's very little groundwater data. There have been multiple agencies that have said throughout this whole process that we really don't know what the wells are doing. There are a lot of wells that are along the creeks, but we don't know, once they start pumping for both frost protection as well as irrigation, they are taking the water that they need to do their agricultural operations and other water uses. However, it's a big equation in determining how to best manage the water. We are here to ask you to help us and help yourselves get this information. So we see areas where the slide on the left is a spot where there was water the day or two before, down to being completely dried, and I believe we lost some chai in that area. The slide on the right is shows multiple locations on that particular day where we have to do rescues because these are isolated pools, non-contiguous waters in some locations. And again, we need well data to tell us what's happening in terms of the groundwater demand. Next slide, please. The next few slides are slides from your own staff showing the groundwater demand and the water use in that area. So it does say that groundwater pumping impacts stream flow. We need to determine what degree creek pumping is impacting Clear Lake creeks, and we need data to do this. This is from your own staff. Next slide, please. Also showing that many of the reporters are not submitting their documentation need for the stream flow. Next slide, please. And even the illegal cannabis operations that are happening in Lake County, many are near key creeks. There are many reservoirs that have been established that seem to have no wells associated or no surface water rights. Again, if we had well data and you had well data, then we'd be able to determine that. Next slide, please. Even our own data is showing that as the groundwater recharges, we're seeing the creeks dropping. This is pressure transducer and sodic water level indicator in one location on Clear Lake, on Adobe Creek. Next slide, please. So this is our last slide. Basically, our request is that there's an information order that the water board staff asks the well owners from key hitch-bearing streams for the depth, the pumping rate, and the dates of pumping during the chai spawning run. Of course, we need to know where these wells are along the creeks. And this is critical information. As I mentioned, multiple agencies have noted that this is information, these are data gaps, and this is information that will help save the chai. So with an information order, these well owners will be required to provide information about the location and their water use, and then that will be able to be factored in so we can protect the chai. Thank you. And if we want to keep going, okay, Joe.
Hi, my name is Joseph Weber. I'm a Big Valley Tribal member, a veteran, and a cultural practitioner. I want to thank this board again for keeping the hitch on this agenda. It's nice to see the rain, but the fight is still not over. As Sarah mentioned, the eggs are hatched. We need water flow for the creeks to come through. Once again, we don't have the data from the wells that have been going. As stewards of the land, we can only do so much, but we can provide you guys with the data from, as you said, from cannabis, unpermitted wells for cannabis grows, show you where the hitch are getting stranded. And once again, if we can get some water from Highland Springs through to help these fish get back to the creek, it's a big thing, because once again, we don't want to lose this fish. We've already lost the split tail, you know. So once again, I think the Northern California Native people have lost enough. So we appreciate your time and ask your help again in finding these wells and monitoring the groundwaters. I appreciate your time.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris McLeod. I'm the Big Valley Rancheria Tribal Treasurer. I'm here today, the same to repeat what Sarah Ryan has said. We're requesting the information order on the wells in Lake County near the major creeks that the Clearly Kitch spawned from, particularly Adobe and Cole. They're not getting the data, we're not getting the data necessary to determine the usages in order to best see what is necessary and what else we can do to continue to assist the Clearly Kitch. We had previously discussed this as an option, but it was put off in order to give the well owners the opportunity to register their well data for locations to creeks and depths and pumping. Unfortunately, this isn't happening. We were hoping that they were going to willingly participate since it was a request, but because it's not a demand, it's not being done. Not sure why they don't want to share the information. Unfortunately, like I said, it's not happening. We're asking you to put this information order in place as soon as possible. I'm here asking this on behalf of the Clearly Kitch, which are listed species near extinction. Thank you.
Good morning. It's good to see you guys again. Hope things are well with you and your families. Again, I'm standing here as an elder of the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians and also the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. Uename Kodi. Good morning. Wakshi Ran Montez. Buchike Hinto Habenapo. My name is Ron Montez. I'm an elder from the Habenapo tribe, the Rock people. And so I come with my language because it is dying and our elders have passed. Now that responsibility is falling down to me with not as much knowledge as I need. Knowledge is important. And so the knowledge that we have shared with you concerning our relationship with the Hitch has gone back thousands of years, and in my family, my grandfathers and great-grandfathers, down to my mother and to me and to my children. And I've taught them and they've taught me the meaning and the importance of this food source. As I mentioned before, tribal people could not work. They were not looked upon in favor to hire and have an income that was steady. We had to work with our hands to pick fruit, do manual labor. And so the food source was very important. And the Hitch was the #1 food source. It held us for the entire year that we could supplement other food sources with it to continue to survive. And also with that comes a cultural place, because it is a place of community when we gather together. It builds that relationship from family, generation to generation. And in that building of that generation, it continues to remember our ancestors and the struggles they went through. And we share in all that as a people of Native people here in California. So we've been through many obstacles in our endeavor to continue this journey in life. Our ancestors have lived through worse things than we have, but we are fighting now for you and all those that have the authority to do what we cannot do, to listen to our heart and our spirit and our minds. That is, it is more than just asking for you to have the understanding that we have, that we need information because that's what you require. You're asking for that, but you're not doing what you need to do to get that. So we're stuck. We don't have any other place to go. To you and to our county and all those that can do something. So to continue that stand that we are together with, it has not been like this in the past where we have different agencies working together with a heart and a mindset, yeah, let's do this. That's not hasn't happened in the past, but we're in groundbreaking areas now in our relationship. And we want to keep that going. And so we are encouraging you to do whatever you can to get that data so that we can protect and save this valuable resource to us. There's over 5,000 of them have been rescued already. That's walking out in the creeks with nets and picking them up and transferring over to a place where the water is still flowing and then eventually back to the lake itself. So I, as an elder and as a tribal historic preservation officer, ask that you would go ahead and do what you need to do to get that information, that we can continue on our fight together to rescue and protect this valuable and important resource for our tribal people. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Montes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Fred Briones, tribal member at the Big Valley Rancheria. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the tribe and Sarah for putting on this work in the State Water Board. Thank you for this opportunity. And, today we talk about something that is very bad and illegal. This negligent behavior of non-record keeping, data collection, that's really something else, because how the state, the county has not done it, but then the tribe has. One has done it, one has not. That negligent behavior, that's how we've always been treated in our own home, in our own place, with our resources, just negligent like that. So is there any type of fees or penalties that are going to come later in the future to this type of behavior, negligent behavior on the state and on the county? There has to be some type of accountability, because what we talk about today is death that is associated with this. Death of our hitch and the salmon and the bears, the elk, the deer, the environment. And now our home was once a place of healing. The water had healing properties. It had so much food, medicines, animals, spirits. However, because of neglect, we don't have that anymore. However, may I mind you, we do have a treaty. We do have water rights. I'm going to ask Sean, Joaquin, and Nicole, can you please adjudicate our water rights? Because do you see our people, how we are today? We are in poverty. Poverty. And I use the example of our water being stolen from us and given to Yolo County, where last year Yolo received $1.4 billion to not use the water. Wow, for me to come up here and talk like this, full speed ahead, because we do have water rights. And there's a case, the Taos Pueblo, I think HR 471, where they got back their water, that Blue Lake, because of religious ceremony, practice to it. We pray to that lake. After our dances, we go and wash in that lake to release all of our bad energy. But the ceremonial, we have so much proof, evidence, documentation, oral history, but again, negligent behavior. And how our county now is turning into just wine, vineyards. alcohol is not our culture. It's not. It's not our culture, and to see the effects of it, death. Again, the animals, the environment, and just recently we had 2 tribal members die on our rancheria that were my cousins. They're my cousins, and alcohol played a significant role. Our place, again, was a place of healing. And there's not much that we can do because the state knew one day we would come up again and ask for our water rights back like this, ask for it back, but they complicated it so much. They individualized all of the water rights where we have been neglected, forgot about, buried. But those times, no, it's coming to an end. Because I want to say my father, he went to a segregated school, and now those don't exist anymore. And now we see agriculture, farming. That is not our culture at all, especially for wine. That is not our culture. So for the state to continue to support agriculture when agriculture is a European practice, European white practice, I ask again, Sean, E. Joaquin, Nicole, even member Laurel on the Zoom, do you support white supremacy? Do you? Because alcohol, farming, vineyards, that's not our culture. Alcohol has caused so much death, and we can't continue in this way. And if you continue, it is a support for white supremacy. So please, end agriculture before it's too late, especially the vineyards in Lake County. The state did have a proposal for natural solutions, and I have an example of what I've been working on. A natural solution that makes everyone happy would be to pay the farmer to stop farming. He is happy. The tribe has the land now. We are happy. The state has pushed out all those grant dollars. It's bent down. Everyone is happy. So please, that is our natural solution. And also for my nonprofit, what I've also done is I'm working on a trust. It's called Pomo Bear Doctor Land Trust, where I raise philanthropic dollars, and I'm going to start purchasing land back, specifically vineyards, so that we could plant food, so we could have medicine. We could have this natural catchment system again, how it once was in our home, a place in Lake County of healing. So I've raised already $1.2 million, and I'm going to continue to raise money. And if that's what it is just money. And we hear these farmers, they say that Lake County wine industry is worth $80 million. We're somewhere inside there with the amount of death that we're consuming, we should have some type of restitution. I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Briones. I think there's 2 more speakers. And on virtually that may be joining us. Thank you. I think virtually we may have Janice Jack joining us. Is she here in person? Apologies. Okay.
Janice Jack. I'm an enrolled member from Big Valley Rancheria. I am also one of the fisheries tech. I go out daily and I have seen a lot of water, and it is now drastically drying up quickly. We've been doing rescues all through the creeks. So far, we rescued about 5,000 larvae, and a lot is dying as we speak. So I just want to ask, as a human to this earth, that you just help the fish. You guys have the power to do so, to make a change, and so thank you.
Thank you both so much. Thank you. And do we have any members of the tribe that are joining us virtually on the platform? And if so, please do raise your hand and we can be sure and call you. Do we have anyone on the platform that is looking to speak from the tribe? Okay, Dr. Pfeiffer, Janine Pfeiffer.
Good morning. I'm an ethnoecologist, a retired university professor, and a consultant for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, both the EPA and the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. I also work with nonprofits doing cultural and ecological restoration in Lake County. I want to applaud the hard work that the State Water Resources Control Board is doing, along with other state agencies in responding to the Hitch emergency crisis. And as other speakers have noted, yeah, we've been blessed with abundant rains. I saw a hitch for the first time in my life this spring. And as everyone knows, I cried. Yeah, we all know that water supply, water flows, water temperatures, water quality will continue to be one of the greatest challenges going forward in this climate change era. We also know that effective monitoring of water use in Lake County is still in its infancy. So whatever water use monitoring techniques, filling those data gaps, enforcement that happens in Lake County, this is what it's going to look like going forward for the entire state of California. And the State Water Resources Control Board has a unique opportunity here where everyone is on board for the most part. You even have agricultural people talking to you. So what you do now is going to not only impact every water dependent species in Lake County going forward, but it is going to set up systems and response methods or a methodology for the entire state going forward. All of us in the state of California and in the West must work together to develop a more robust water monitoring, water use, and water conservation practices. And that means enforcement. Enforcement is hard. I get it. But if we do not do this in Lake County, we all know what's going to happen. So thank you again for your work and for recognizing the interdependence of all our relations in Lake County.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
And I believe we have one more speaker as well on the platform. Patricia Franklin. And Ms. Franklin, you should be invited to unmute. Ms. Franklin, I believe we provide you a couple of opportunities to unmute. You may not be at your computer here at the moment. We'll give one more opportunity, and then Ms. Ryan, just seeing if we have any further speakers. Theodora Johnson are looking to speak on the hitch?
No,
okay.
I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you were calling for.
No, I'm sorry. One moment. We're just looking to wrap up, make sure that
Sure.
There weren't any further commenters from the tribe.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, Patricia.
Yes, sorry about that. I was
Oh, it's
trying
okay.
to
Good
be
morning.
able to speak, but I wasn't able to. So Yes, so hi, my name is Patricia Franklin, and I am the Environmental Director for the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, as well as a basket weaver and cultural wellness advocate. Today, I'm here to ask you to keep the beloved hitch or chai in mind when it comes to collecting data on wells and pumping. In doing so, you will be assisting in the repopulation efforts of this culturally important fish to all the tribes around Clear Lake. We ask that you put in place an information order to keep data on nearshore well drilling that is occurring in Lake County. Since the well data is a missing component currently, why not fix it? So again, I ask on behalf of Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians that you put an information order in place to help save the hitch. And also that will assist us as a tribal people to continue our culture. Thank you.
Thank you as well. And I think Anna Kladzik Constantino is as well looking to speak. Ms. Constantino.
Thank you so much. I'm Anna Kladzik Constantino. I'm a civil and water resources engineer, and I'm a consultant to the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I have been working with the tribe since 2018 to try to quantify habitat needs of the Clear Lake hitch in creeks in the Big Valley subbasin. The tribe has won several federal and state grants to do their own work to monitor groundwater and surface water in the subbasin. And the tribe recognizes that the traditional knowledge of tribal members and elders and the population trends of the Chai has not been enough to demonstrate to the state that groundwater use is impacting Chai habitat. So the tribe currently has 3 groundwater level sensors collecting data along Adobe Creek, where they also have pressure transducers that are measuring the depth in the creek. This is a relatively tiny amount of data compared to the potential data there is from existing wells in the basin. The tribe also has no data on groundwater pumping and no means to obtain that information. The Water Board does. To continue to put the burden of demonstrating the impacts of groundwater pumping on flow in the creeks on the tribe is inequitable. An information order to require the collection of groundwater data on existing wells per the tribe's request is a simple, straightforward step to improve our understanding of how pumping impacts the creek habitat and how both these uses of the water in the subbasin can persist. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the comments. And just want to thank Sarah Ryan and the tribal members and elders and others that have spoken here. We're at public forum, so we won't say a lot on the request, but appreciate the request. And here want to thank everyone, the tribe, importantly, and everyone in the watershed for hosting us just a couple of weeks ago. I think almost every board member, got out into the region. It was good to meet with growers. It was good to meet with the tribes. It was good to continue to see, yes, the benefit of a wet year, but importantly, the momentum that's around this discussion. I completely agree that we have a lot of good momentum here and work being done. And so I think that what we need is an informational item to come back to review the request that's been made, to review the information that we've been gathering. And I think that what we'll look to see is scheduling an actual item where we'll then discuss further these important issues and the important work being done in the watershed. So I just want to thank the tribe. Thank you, Sarah Ryan, as well, for organizing and being here today as part of Public Forum. It's really appreciated. Next, then, we will continue through. I know we have a number of other Public Forum commenters still, and so would like to then get to Theodora Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and good morning to you and members of the board. I am Theodora Johnson. I'm from Scott Valley with no S, so changing gears here. I up in far northern California, Siskiyou County, and I am the spokesperson for a local grassroots communication group called the Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance. I'm sure, I know the board members are aware, but for those who are listening who may not be aware, our community of Scott Valley sent a letter to Governor Newsom on May 22nd, requesting that he end the drought proclamation for our area, because that drought proclamation is what has kept in place this water board's emergency drought regulations for our local agriculture. And so the letter that we sent was signed by about 400 community members. Many of them are local tribal members from the Shasta Nation, the Karuk, the Yurok. We are a small, tight-knit community. A lot of our farmers and ranchers, like my family, we've been here for 7 generations now. We work alongside our beloved tribal members, and our kids go to school together. We play t-ball and little league together. We're tight, and we're really recognizing the need as a community to preserve what we have here, because the current regulation of this water board is cutting our farmers and ranchers water again this year by 30%. In a good water year. And so our letter focuses on some of the statistics for this spring, which I will share now. The May 1st snowpack surveys by the U.S. Forest Service show 68% of, I'll say it again, 168% of average for snow water content in our surrounding mountains. And our little valley depends a lot on snow melt, almost 100% for snow melt for our water. So it's a really good thing that we had such a good winter. We had good precipitation. The south end of the valley, we had, at the head of the valley, we had 161% precipitation as of May 22nd. Fort Jones was at 95% precipitation. The Scott River runoff forecast for April through July of this year is 177% of average. We're no longer, the U.S. Drought Monitor no longer has us in a drought status. The river is currently it's above the mean. It's near the 75th percentile. And almost all the tributaries, except for one ephemeral stream, are still connected. So we're having a very good water year. So we're really hoping that we can move forward out of the emergency and come up with solutions that focus on kind of a better process. And because we recognize, our community knows that there will be more dry years. We know there are calls for in-stream flow minimums. We just want to be part of the dialogue, we want to be at the table and have perhaps some kind of a diverse local committee that can help come up with solutions. But I think we need a process that serves us better than the emergency regulation did. There are a lot of solutions that we could pursue as a community that would do good for everyone. The tribes, environmental groups, and our local agriculture-based economy. And so, we want to pursue things like doing environmental managed aquifer recharge, which is sort of a term that we coined here because we've been working on trying to put water in the ground into our aquifer in the winter when flows are abundant, and trying to do that in such a way that, because our aquifer is not actually overdrafted, unlike much of the state. Our groundwater levels are stable, they're not overdrafted, but we're trying to put water in the ground to increase in-stream flows in the late season, which I think is unprecedented in the state. It's something we're trying to pursue to help our fish, and we want to see support for projects like that from the water board. And I think the water board is supportive of that idea. But sometimes we get tripped up in the red tape of the current regulation that we're under now. And it made our winter aquifer recharge projects nearly impossible to do. I think it's time for us to move past those regulations. I just, in closing, I guess I would just say that our Scott Valley, we have a history of doing local conservation and having a lot of success at it by working together on the ground. And we want to do more of that. Our threatened coho salmon population has actually been on the increase for the last 20 years and increasingly so for the last 10 years. And last spring, we actually had a near record-breaking outmigration of juveniles. So I don't want that to be lost on you. I want you to know that our fish populations, thanks in large part to a lot of local conservation efforts, such as, we have fish screens on every diversion in the valley. We are having a pretty good success story there, and we want to do more of that. We recognize that there's some things we don't have control over, Mother Nature, but we want to do what we can with the water that we have when we have it, try to do more groundwater recharge and other projects that'll benefit our aquifer and our fishery and our agriculture-based community. Farmers and ranchers have done a lot to do permanent irrigation improvements over the years. And by the way, farming here, we've been doing hay and cows around here for many generations, and we haven't changed much. We don't have vineyards coming in. We don't have orchards. We don't have row crops. So I think that we should make it a goal to preserve our beautiful little valley. That's my goal. And I know it's the goal of every person who signed this letter that we sent to the governor, including, like I said, so many tribal members that love their community and want to preserve it and don't want to see the economic and environmental disaster that will happen if we lose our farming and ranching that's been here for many generations and keeps our valley open and green and a beautiful place to be. So I appreciate your attention this morning, and I hope we can work together with you to work on a process that works better for us in Scott Valley in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I can say I know this board's committed to ensuring that we have processes that benefit everyone here as best we can in our watersheds. And so just appreciate your engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Kirk Blaine, who will be followed by Nick Jocelyn and then Lauren Sweezy.
Good morning, Chair and State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Kirk Blaine, and I am the Northern California Coordinator for Native Fish Society. I am testifying today supporting the petition for rulemaking filed on May 23rd, 2023 by the Karuk Tribe Environmental Law Foundation, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association, and the Institute for Fisheries Resource requesting the establishment of minimum flows on the Scott River. Native Fish Society is a 501c3 nonprofit organization located throughout the Pacific Northwest. Guided by the best available science, Native Fish Society advocates for the recovery of wild native fish and promotes the stewardship of the habitats that sustain us all. The Scott River is one of the most important rivers on the West Coast for ESA-listed coho salmon, with almost half the Klamath Basin's coho spending at least part of their lives in the Scott. Their survival hinges on the availability of adequate flows in the river. With its clean water, low gradient spawning terrain, and absence of major dams, the Scott River offers an ideal environment for coho to spawn and rear, as well as for other species like Chinook salmon and steelhead. The Scott River continues to dip below flows adequate for wild native fish. These conditions strand juvenile fish rearing in their home waters and isolate adult fish moving upriver to spawn. Implementing a permanent in-stream flow would help provide more habitat capacity for salmon and steelhead, ultimately impacting the entire North Coast region. When emergency curtailments are implemented, the overall temperature dramatically improves. These permanent in-stream flows are critical for the future of salmonids in the Scott River. It is clear a viable solution to restore the ecosystem of the Scott River requires minimum in-stream flows. There will be lasting impacts that will benefit everyone in Northern California. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to assisting the Water Board in improving the flows and current water quality in the Scott River through a permanent and minimum flow requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blaine. I appreciate your time. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Jocelyn, who will be followed by Lauren Sweezy and on.
Hi, my name is Nick Jocelyn. I live in Mount Shasta, California. I'm here to support the petition for rulemaking, which requests a permanent in-stream flow recommendation for the Scott River. I'm also here to make the case that now is not the time to separate the Scott rulemaking from the Shasta. The spring-fed nature of the Shasta should buffer it more against drought conditions, but that is not what happens. Both rivers experience man-made droughts every year because of irrigation diversions. It was this board's emergency regulations during the last drought that helped show that the Shasta needs more water left in the stream. With the data that was analyzed by the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, during the instances where irrigators flagrantly violated the curtailments, we now know that more water in the Shasta means the water stays colder longer. A document paid for by irrigators to argue that 50 CFS is too high no longer holds water. Do not separate these two crucial rivers at a time when Klamath fish stocks have plummeted. We need these two rivers to produce fish that will help buffer the acute effects of dam decommissioning. The emergency regulations have withstood legal and scientific scrutiny, and the case for permanent in-stream flow recommendations has never been stronger. Please address the Shasta simultaneously with the Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Next, I'd like to call up Lauren Sweezy. Good morning. Ms. Sweezy, if you're speaking, unfortunately, we can't currently hear you. We do see you unmuted on the platform, though. Unfortunately, Ms. Sweezy, if you're speaking currently, we still are not able to hear you, and looks like you went back on mute. We'll try to unmute you again. I believe Mr. Lawford better remembers it's star.
It should be *6 on a phone. There we go. And one other thing, Ms. Sweezy, sometimes depending on the device you're using, that Zoom has its own unmute feature, but you might have also muted your phone separately through its phone application.
Okay, I think you were 100% right. Later, you can help me with my cell phone. So thank you for that.
Of course. Good morning, Ms. Sweezy.
So
Thank
good
you.
morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning. It's always really joyful for me to have a chance to talk to you, board chair and board members, because you're so kind in the way you go about things. You don't, if you have frustration, you certainly don't show it when you're speaking. So I appreciate that. Now on to why I called. So my name is Lauren Sweezy. I'm a Scott Valley hay farmer. My husband and I hay 800 acres of land. I'm also an organizer of Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance. And I would just like to tell you a little bit about Scott Valley farming for the year 2023. It has been a terrific spring for Scott Valley. We're green all over, and it's because of the wonderful abundance of water that nature has provided. Our water table and our soil moisture has been so wet that this year, traditionally, when we would start irrigating April 1st, we did not need to start irrigation, adding water to our soil, to our crops, until April 24th. And even one of our fields, which is 25 acres of second-year alfalfa, we didn't even start the water on it for 6 weeks, and it started May 15th. This is quite extraordinary. My husband and I have been farming this land here for close to 50 years, and the families prior to that, we are fifth-generation farmers, but the families prior to that, since 1867, you know, they relied on a different method of irrigation. But when fields are dry and just so thirsty for water. You have to water them or your crop's going to dry. And for this one particular field to wait 6 more weeks before we added water to it because of the water that nature provided was just something to celebrate, something to be very joyful for, which we are. In Scott Valley, currently, many of us farmers have pivots. We've switched from groundwater to wheel lines and now to pivots. And pivots have been giving us a great savings. And that's something that's going to continue. It's not going to stop. And many of us farmers, including my husband Paul and I, we would like to add more pivots to our farm. All of our pivots have been self-funded out of our savings account. We haven't had assistance for that. And there are programs that are out there now that could give us assistance and other farmers in Scott Valley. And we would like to see that happen so that we can have even a continuation of more water savings. The average pivot that people see when they drive by costs anywhere from $75,000 to over $125,000. It's an extremely expensive modification that we have to make to our irrigation change. Pivots can save 20 to 25% of the water use. So this would be a great thing for the water board to look into for ways that they can assist financially to help Scott Valley farmers and ranchers put in more pivots in a really easy method. It's extremely complicated right now how to qualify for grant funding for pivots, and often people are like ourselves are denied before we ever get past the first 1 or 2 processes for that grant funding. Another helpful tidbit for you to know about is that alfalfa is such a useful crop. It's not just something to feed cows and feed horses. The process of it, if you're someone who eats meat or you use dairy products, it's one of the mainstays that helps to produce that dairy product. So it's very, very important. And it also has quite a longevity of staying in the field before it needs to be plowed out and turned into a different crop for rotation. So it's very beneficial to the land. I'd like to really, really encourage the board members to take a look at AGWA's website, and that's Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance. Our website gives facts about fish and farming, and all of our facts come from government agencies' websites. So it's a collaboration of information that is given to the public, but often it's hard to find, but not if you go to the AGWA's website. Some of those agencies and their data that we collect on our AGWA's website is from Fish and Wildlife, Forest Service, U.S. Drought Monitor, RDS, and the Water Board. So I really encourage you to look at this data when you're thinking about changes or you want to know more facts about fish and farming in Scott Valley, because these are truthful, current statements. And we update our website every 1 to 2 weeks. So it's very helpful and very user-friendly. I also would like to encourage the board, as they're thinking forward, in how to determine flow requirements for Scott Valley, that you have Scott Valley users of water, Scott Valley agriculture and farmers and ranchers be a part of that process so that we can work together to have success, and that it is a fair process by having the people that are using the water for agriculture a part of the decision making. I truly, truly believe that agriculture and fish supporters can make a successful plan for everyone. And thank you again for giving me a chance to speak today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Sweezy. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. And we did have Robert Donlin set to speak. With that said, I will go to Mr. Loffer.
Yes, thank you, Chair Esquivel. And I just wanted to clarify for the board members and for Mr. Donlin's benefit as well as for the record. Mr. Rob Donlin, who represents Blue Triton in a pending proceeding before the State Water Resources Control Board, had submitted a comment card for public forum. Under our standard processes, our agendas indicate that public forum is not to be used to discuss items that are pending before the state board or any regional board, in particular, of course, adjudicative items, because of sensitivities about ex parte communications. I advised Mr. Donlin of that, and that if he were to speak, I would advise you all that it would be an inappropriate communication given our hearing notices in the pending proceeding. What he did want to relay, and I will make sure all the board members receive, is last Friday there had been a motion filed in that proceeding, filed directly with the board, that will be resolved concerning terminating the Blue Triton proceeding. And I committed to him that I would extend to all of you the paper copies he had provided to me. So, and rather than stand up at the dais and then have me cut him off and make a recommendation to you all, Mr. Donlin just asked that I relay that information out to you. So.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Loffer, for both that action and always the good technical assistance on the platform that you're able to provide us. Thank you. With that, we wraps up public forum, or just making sure, looking to the clerk. Thank you. And thank you, everyone that participated in public forum this morning. I know it was a lengthy public forum and very worthwhile, and the calendar's light, so it allowed for the hour. So thank you, everyone. Now we go into our board agenda, and the first item here is adoption of the last board meeting minutes from the 16-17 board meeting. Do we have a motion to adopt the minutes?
I'll make a motion to adopt the minutes.
Thank you. Have a second?
Second.
Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. That brings us to item number 2, which was uncontested, but I do see we have a comment card, so we will go ahead and pull it off the uncontested item unless, Ms. Rivers, you were speak as necessary, if you were, but maybe want to check with Ms. Rivers if she's wanting us to go ahead and hear the item.
Hi, good morning.
Hello, good morning, good morning.
I just want to, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, of course. Well, we can do a quick presentation if you'd like, and for the benefit of folks, or wanting to see if you want to just provide a quick comment.
I can provide just a quick comment,
Great,
if that's okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to express our appreciation for approving this resolution or making a decision on this resolution to support further drought resilience in the state, as over 1,600 households are waiting for a well replacement at the moment, and wells continue to get dry in the Central Valley. And it could take up to 20 years to address the amount of households currently waiting for a long-term solution, and this resolution would allow the state to address this backlog of drilling new domestic wells. So thank you again for this consideration.
Thank you as well. We appreciate the comment, and here I just appreciate the support, and I know good work that continues to go on. Even with these flood conditions in many parts of the state, we still have ongoing need to respond to drought, so we appreciate the partnership. Thank you for that comment. Board members, do we have a motion?
I'd like to move to adopt item 2.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote? Oh, and Firestone's on the platform as well. You did call her last time, sorry. I'll leave you be. Leave you be, Ms. Tyler. Thank you.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Got to leave it to the professionals. Next, I'd like to go to now our tranche of informational items, and the first is item number 3, which is an update on current hydrologic conditions and response. I'd like to call up Mr. Eric Ekdahl. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights. I'll be joined shortly by Mariana Awi from the Office of Chief Counsel, and then Aaron Ragazzi is also here with us on the Zoom platform today. We'll run through some high-level overviews of current hydrologic conditions, spend a fair amount of time talking about the Scott and Shasta watersheds, and then turn it over to colleagues in the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance to talk about urban water use and conservation. So with that, let's go to the next slide. Here's a quick overview. Precipitation and snowpack, current conditions, a quick highlight of reservoir conditions, current curtailment statuses, the Scott and Shasta watersheds, and then urban water use and conservation as a California way of life. Next slide, please. I'll run through these pretty quickly. We've seen these a number of times. Northern Sierra precipitation as of June 1st, slightly below the 2018-19 daily precipitation values. So, again, it's worth noting while it was a tremendous year, and I'll show just how tremendous it was for snowpack in a moment, precipitation-wise, it was definitely great, but in terms of overall water equivalent, wasn't as high as what we saw in 2017 or even 2019. Next slide, please. We go farther south, that's not the case. In the Central Sierra, even higher, second, I think, or third relative to 2017 and 1983. And next slide. In the Tulare Lake Basin, it's even higher still, approaching that kind of all-time record high, going back to maybe 68, 69. Next slide, please. What does that mean in terms of snowpack? So these are 4 different graphs showing north, central, south, and then kind of a statewide average. The red line shows the record year of 82, 83. That was our highest snowpack that we've observed or were able to kind of accurately measure. The blue line shows our current conditions. The number next to the blue line shows relative to our April 1st average, which is typically the point where our snowpack is the highest. But if you compare that to where we are percent of normal in the upper right-hand corner of each one of those graphs, it talks about where it is relative. It says normal, but it should probably say average for this date or date as of yesterday. And so in Northern California, we're at 255% of average for this date. In Central California, 322. South, or the Tulare Lake Basin, 442. And if you kind of group those all together, we're at about 314% of our average snowpack for where we normally are this time of year. So still a tremendous snowpack, lots of snowmelt yet to come. It's going to keep our rivers high for a couple of months yet at a minimum. Next slide, please. How does that translate into storage? It's overall translated into very high levels of storage across the state. Folsom, Oroville, Shasta, New Melones are all pretty much at capacity or near capacity, and even some of the ones that may be lower to relative kind of capacity, that's because they're artificially being lowered to make capacity for that tremendous amount of snowmelt that's yet to come. The one low point is probably Trinity, and that has remained stubbornly low for the last couple of years. The precipitation that seemed to hit everywhere else in California just really didn't zero in on that area. And so it's only, I think, about 55% of average for this time of year. It is increasing right now. It's unclear how long that increase will continue, but it's better than where it was 2 years ago and even last year still, but not full. Next slide.
Reminds me a bit of Kachuma and the just long lag time. It felt like that reservoir took to really respond.
Yep, Kachuma in the previous drought where in 2017, the rest of the state was very full and Kachuma just wasn't. This year, Kachuma is very full and started spilling, I think, maybe back in January or February, but don't quote me on that. One reservoir that we don't talk about a ton is groundwater. It is a reservoir. Our aquifers are actually our greatest reservoir by size. There's about 1 billion acre feet of storage in our groundwater, relative to about 50 million acre feet or so of total surface water capacity storage in the state. We wanted to highlight some good news and specifically call out the work of some of the staff. We've issued 9 temporary permits since December 7th, 2022 that authorize over 670,000 acre feet. That includes 8 temporary 180-day permits and 1 5-year temporary permit. And if you combine that with a temporary urgency change petition from the Bureau of Reclamation authorizing up to 600,000 acre feet, the board has permitted more than 1.2 million acre feet of recharge in just the last 5 months. And that's a tremendous accomplishment. I want to specifically call out Amanda Montgomery, Mike Conway, Sam Bullen-Bryan, Arvin Chi, and OCC as well for helping work through every one of those permits. And hopefully that helps address some of the ongoing drought issues, but definitely more we can work on. Next slide.
Just huge congrats on that. I have to just acknowledge, I know folks worked over the holidays in order to process a lot of temporary permits that we received back in the fall. And you look back since 2017 or 2015 when we first created these permits, just the year over year momentum that's really gained. And for this year, because of the year we certainly had, to be able to say that we permitted 1.2 million acre feet worth of recharge here. 600,000 acre feet of that, obviously, with the Bureau of Reclamation, but that 670,000 acre feet in a single year worth of recharge is an incredible thing. I think we need to make sure we get that out more. I think there's a lot of hot takes and narratives around what the state is or isn't doing when it comes to recharge. So really appreciate that, and just huge thanks to everyone in the unit.
No, thank you. And also, I probably should also mention the Department of Water Resources, who has stepped into a really new role for them, but it's been tremendously helpful kind of working as a technical liaison with some of the applicants, and that has specifically sped through a couple of the permits in that list as well. So a nod to them for helping us get to that number. Let's see, I'll now run through a couple of slides on the Scott Shasta and talk about curtailment status as of the present, where we are in terms of hydrology, and then make a recommendation. Our emergency reg expires on July 31st, and we are probably to a point where we need to either decide whether we want to move forward with readopting it or not. And we'll talk about that in a moment. Next slide, please. So as of today, curtailments on both the Scott and the Shasta River are conditionally suspended through June 30th. So right now there are no curtailments in place in either watershed, although in the Shasta, this conditional suspension allows the water master to kind of directly work with diverters so that we can kind of more dial in, or they can more dial in and hit the flow target or get close to it. And I'll show a slide that shows that hydrograph in a moment. Next slide, please. In both watersheds, as was noted by some of our public commenters, there was significantly improved hydrologic conditions from precipitation and snowpack. And in the Scott, depending on what gauges you use, it's 138, 168. Regardless, it's still much above the long-term average. In the Shasta, it's 140% of average on April 1st. Next slide, please. That has really allowed the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, to forecast that the drought will likely be lifted for this watershed throughout later this summer. Although if we go to the next slide, it does show that conditions are still abnormally dry when you look at kind of the drought severity index. So conditions are forecasted to continue to improve throughout the summer. Next slide, please. These are relatively complicated slides. I'll take a minute. You've probably all seen them before, but for those watching in that may not be familiar with them, this is a hydrograph or flow graph for the Scott River watershed. The dark black line labeled 2023 represents conditions observed since April 1st of this year. We compared against some other years of note, specifically 1974, which was, if you look over on the right side, there's a key that says the year, the color of the line, and in parentheses, that parenthetical 218, that's the percent of precipitation relative to kind of the long-term average. That other number, so for 1974, it says 218-64. That 64 is the number of agricultural wells that are known within the watershed. And so in 1974, there were 64 of them. We also show years for 2019, 2022, 2017, 2021. And specifically of note, we wanted to call out 2019, where we saw a really pretty robust snowpack, a good healthy snowpack. You look over on the side, 135% of the long-term average. You compare that to this year at about 138% of long-term average. We can use 2019 as a proxy for where we think flows are likely to go in the Scott this year. The other thing to note in both 2019 and 2023 is the number of agricultural wells in the watershed. So in 1974, there were 64, and you can see that flows stayed well above the kind of emergency regulation flow targets throughout the summer. But in 2017, 2019, 2022, 2021, flows dropped below those flow targets by about the middle to end of July. And one of the challenges I think that we need to address is the effect of just the sheer expansion of the number of wells and the number of straws in the cup. If that analogy holds, roughly quadrupling relative to where we were in 1974. Next slide, please. This is that same graph for the Shasta watershed, some different shapes associated with the different water year types. You can see this year, the darker line's a little bit harder to make out for 2023, but we're right at the flow target right now. And there have been a couple times where we actually kind of dipped a little bit below it. The Watermaster has been critical and integral in working with diverters to help phase or kind of time those diversions so that we don't drop further below the in-stream flow target. You can see comparison, especially to 2022, the Shasta has been remarkably successful at hitting its in-stream flow targets. That wasn't quite the case in the Scott, with the exception of that time period in August where flows dipped due to the divergence by the Shasta Water Users Association. Next slide, please. One thing to note in the Shasta, and this is a pretty important contrast with the Scott, the Shasta has a large storage reservoir, and that does help it kind of meter out and maintain flows during the summer. Dwinelle's reservoir, I think right now is about 30,000 acre feet. It continues to store water, and that may be in part why the flows downstream are still so close to that flow target, because they're still continuing to add to Dwinelle. But compared to where it was for the last 2 years of drought, where it was below 10,000 as a maximum, this is a very much improved condition and situation for the watershed as a whole. Next slide, please. So with that kind of overview of hydrology, where does that leave us? When we adopted the emergency regulations in August of 2021, and they became effective in September, it was under the kind of umbrella of critical drought conditions throughout the entire watershed, which led to very low flows and threats to salmonids and other fisheries and other kind of ecosystems in both watersheds. The board adopted EREGs and readopted them in 2022, but now we have a very different hydrologic condition. Based on the hydrology, the staff recommendation is that we do not readopt the emergency regulations this year. Rather, we continue to work on collecting data, sharing information, providing information on supply and demand via emails and websites, so continuing to show kind of where we are relative to those potential flow metrics, and engaging with everybody in the watershed to help do whatever we can, whether it's through voluntary actions, if there are funding mechanisms in place, to meet those flow targets even without an EREG in place. We also propose to hold a number of workshops and informational events kind of running throughout the summer and later if needed, to talk about just things we've learned from the curtailments. What was the effect of the curtailments, local cooperative solutions. We've also engaged with some of the groups in both watersheds, and they've expressed interest in just a water rights 101, fisheries 101, in providing that kind of information exchange so that we can look at what our options are. Next slide, please. I do also want to note that we did receive a petition for rulemaking, and we heard several comments earlier today related to the submittal of that petition. It was filed on May 23rd. To note, the board legally must act within 30 days of receipt of that petition. We only have two options. We can deny the petition, or we can schedule a hearing on the petition. And the hearing doesn't have to occur within the 30 days, but we have to schedule it within that 30-day period, and it could be some point in the future. We have not made any formal determination, and staff are currently reviewing that petition and will make recommendations to the board in the future. Next slide, please. So with that, that does wrap up the kind of water rights hydrology portion of things, and I think I'll pause for questions here before we turn it over to other divisions and offices.
Thank you. Really appreciate the update as always, Mr. Echdahl, and the incredible work that has been going on these last 2 years. When it comes to the news on the staff recommendation on the Scott and Shasta, I think we can see, yeah, hydrology is a bit changed, but I think that for me, what hasn't changed is a feeling of urgency around the work and a feeling that we have quite a bit of momentum these last 2 years around curtailment work. We saw it successful last year here on the Shasta. And I think that I would like to see us come back and have a more thorough discussion around what are the actions, what is the work that we could potentially be doing, and use these next weeks here now that this staff recommendation has come out, not to readopt the emergency regs, but to engage, not unlike a number of the folks that we heard this morning, Ms. Thompson and others, around here. Ms. Johnson, apologies, I believe it was Theodora Johnson, to discuss, what this future might look like. So encourage there to be a lot of engagement and discussion here in the weeks ahead, because I think, for me, I know there is still incredible urgency. There is still a salmon emergency, if you will, still there, if not one that's here dictated by the water year type we're in. So, Board Member Firestone.
Great, thanks. Totally agree with that sentiment, and I think we all recognize both the urgency and the success, the importance of what we did with the drought emergency regs. And I'll just say for myself, and I know I think this is consistent with what staff and also your statements just now, Chair, is, I think it's clear that we need to get at least minimum flow standards more permanently in place as soon as possible. So I just really encourage us as we're going forward, and and you're having staff bring back an item on this, that's something that we are looking at quickly to initiate. That always takes longer, and I think can be done in parallel to the more immediate actions that staff have outlined around voluntary measures and outreach and engagement to try to make sure that, this year, when we have more water, that we're able to develop as much cooperative action as possible. I also will say, I think we have shown that cooperative, that we do want, as some of the speakers said, really robust engagement from all sides and actors, all users, in developing minimum flow standards, which I hope we can move forward with. And there's quite a involved process in that, which will allow for that. And that's, I think, the benefit of having not having to do emergency ones. And I'll also just thank staff for flagging that as we, if as we don't readopt the emergency regs, just making sure that there's a ramp down that allows us to avoid fish stranding as much as possible. I think especially in the Shasta. And then I don't, maybe I'll let anyone else that wants to talk on this. Scott, I actually wanted to say something before we move on from the water rates portion, just about the Clear Lake hitch, which we had a robust public comments on, but I just wanted to mention something here in this section, but I'll wait till in case other folks want to say more on the Scott Shasta. Oh, and sorry, one last thing is just, I personally really support, taking up and scheduling a hearing on the petition, because I think that would, be consistent and allow us to, again, move forward on establishing a minimum flow standard more permanently. So appreciate that.
Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. I just appreciate the presentation and the update on the current conditions. And obviously, it's encouraging to see our reservoirs in a much better position than they were just a few months ago. And I try to translate that information and a little bit of perspective to the Scott and Shasta as I'm thinking back to the last couple of years of drought and the conditions that we've faced there. And I think I appreciate the water user community, your work on developing the emergency regulations, and others who have engaged on those two rivers. It's been incredibly challenging to figure out what the right steps are and what the right level of engagement is and how to best establish minimum in-stream flows in these rivers. But I think they are needed ultimately, and I appreciate Chair Esquivel and Board Member Firestone, your sense of urgency. I share that with you and completely plus up your comments. I'm looking at the charts that you shared this morning, comparing this year's flows with other comparable years and the addition of all the wells that we've seen in those areas. And what I'm seeing is a trend towards the flows this year even going below the recommended emergency minimum in-stream flow targets. And that's troubling. That's concerning to me. And my memory is that it's not been that long, maybe 9 years. We've been through 2 droughts now, and it's not going to take much to flip back into drought again from one wet year. And so urgency, I think, is exactly what is needed here, a sense that it could even be next summer or next spring that we're having a completely different conversation about these very two same rivers. I'm concerned about the status of the salmon fishery, which has been closed this year. Conditions maybe on these individual rivers have been stable, or I'm not exactly sure of the status, but if you look at the Coho broadly, if you look at the Chinook broadly, it is not good. They are in decline, and that is incredibly concerning to me, and so we should have urgency for all of these issues. So I think that being said, yes, absolutely, there should be a public process. It should be robust. It should involve all stakeholders and community members and anyone in these watersheds who wishes to engage. I would like to hear what they have to say and thoughts and ideas for how best to go forward. And I know the petition's still under review, and appreciate that process, and we'll look forward to staff's recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan.
Hi, thank you. I'll keep this short. Just, thank you for the presentation, and I'm in support of staff's recommendation. Just to continue with the information sharing, engage with the stakeholders, with the mindful ramp down, continue working through voluntary, actions, and to come back with a workshop. So, thank you again for, all the work that you guys do and the presentation today.
Many thanks. On water rights, Board Member Firestone on Hitch.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just, since, we heard a lot of public comment and we don't have a lot in this hydrologic update, but I know this is something the board has been extremely active on. And as was said, we all were able to get a tour and meet with both tribal and agricultural representatives. And just thanks again to staff for organizing that and all the tribes and local representatives in the region. It was exceptionally valuable, and just really appreciate that. I just want to flag that I think you noted this, Chair Esquivel, about the intention and need to circle back on this at a info item or an item before the board specifically. I do just want to emphasize that in January, when this issue was brought before the board and gosh, now I can't remember the exact board meeting when we went through the actions to take. We really had a lot of hope, and there are some folks that are working really hard to do a voluntary data study, but we just have not gotten the data and participation in that voluntary effort that we need to understand what the impacts are in terms of water levels in the creeks from groundwater pumping in particular. And despite, I think, fairly robust, inspection enforcement efforts and field efforts there, and certainly a lot of engagement efforts, there is, as we said, also a extreme urgency there. And so I do hope that we can, as we bring an item specifically before the board, and that we're able to move and develop information order that is going to be able to get us the data that we need. I think at this point that is necessary to be able to get the information we need to even understand what actions to take, certainly in time, ideally in time for even frost season next year. So, so just asking staff to be looking at what's possible in terms of information order, obviously working closely with stakeholders to make sure that what we're asking for is narrowly tailored to what's really needed, is really clear, and that we're going to be able to get really useful and accurate data. I know that's been the real challenge here and in so many of the water rates work. So just flagging, my personal position that I think it's time to move forward with an information order and just making sure that we're tailoring that adequately to get the information that we need as we're continuing to do the voluntary and coordination and engagement work that is going on there. And also just a thank you to the folks that are working on the voluntary study. There just hasn't been the participation in that I think we need to understand and avoid the need for an information order. But I do appreciate all the efforts that folks have been taking. Thanks.
One thing to note, maybe just so a thing to consider as we move forward with timing. The division and the board doesn't normally have info order authority. We do under the Delta E-Reg that was adopted last year. And much like the Scott Shasta E-Reg, that E-Reg will expire August 15th. So if we want to continue to look at our info order authority, we'll have to consider timing or whether a new E-Reg will be needed later in the fall or winter.
Yeah, definitely a lot of consideration and discussion. And I'll just leave it at that. So thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. And thank you, board member. I think we now are going to move on to conservation. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Rodero. I am a research data specialist with the Office of Research Planning and Performance. And I am here with Charlotte Ely to provide the update to water use and conservation. So first, the April numbers. After a very cold and wet March, weather conditions calmed down somewhat in April. Much of California experienced near average temperatures throughout much of the state and slightly less rain than average, although as seen in the colors of the bars in the chart, the accumulated precipitation throughout the winter and early spring have reversed the extremely dry conditions observed over the past couple of years, which resulted in a per capita residential use for April with a data set low of 68 gallons per capita daily. Next slide, please. But stepping back from that, I thought it would be useful to provide sort of a longer-term overview of what we've seen over the past few years in terms of water use against the backdrop of the Palmer Drought Severity Index, or PDSI, which is a standardized index that represents factors such as evapotranspiration and soil moisture as a single simplified number, with negative numbers signifying dry conditions and positive numbers signifying wet conditions. For context, a value of -4 or lower is considered to signify extreme drought. The solid black lines in the chart are total per capita water use that is residential and non-residential, which includes commercial and irrigation, whereas the dashed lines are only residential per capita use. So starting in 2019, the state was in a wetter than average state with a maximum PDSI value of 2.97 in June 2019, but then in the next couple of years, it went in the extreme opposite direction with a minimum value of -7.04 in July of 2021. Water use tends to peak in the summertime, with maximum water use occurring in summer of 2020, but throughout the next couple of years, we can see that the impact of the statewide drought declaration and subsequent actions taken by water use decreased that peak somewhat over the next couple of summers, with summertime water use getting progressively lower relative to 2020. Although rainfall in late 2021 provided temporary relief to California, the statewide PDSI value did not go above -4 until December of 2022, when a series of storms brought us back into the positive category. So as of April 2023, the state's back to wetter than normal, but if we look back at 2019, we can see that it's not not entirely out of the realm of possibility for us to be back in the negative PDSI territory by the end of the year. So on that cheery note, I will pass it over to Charlotte.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Charlotte Ely, I'm the Climate and Strategy Advisor for the Office of Research Planning and Performance. Next slide, please. We wanted to provide you all with a couple updates. First, as of yesterday, the Office of Administrative Law approved the continuation of the Emergency Conservation Regulation banning the irrigation of non-functional CI&I turf. So that will be in effect for another year unless the water board, you all decide to, rescind it. The Emergency Conservation Regulation prohibiting certain wasteful water use practices will remain in effect until December of this year. We also wanted to provide an update on the Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework. We mentioned during the March 22nd workshop that we all participated in that we had been working on bringing together a diverse group of stakeholders to talk about the new conservation framework. And so this involved a lot of the water suppliers that have been following this effort for many years now, some of the environmental groups that have been following this effort for many years now, but then also some unusual suspects. We had native plant groups like Theodore Payne, pollinator advocates like SWRCB, watershed organizations, Coastkeeper, EJ Advocates, Watts Labor Community Action, and urban greening organizations, as well as industry organizations like the Compost Coalition. So when we talked about the work that we had done with these diverse organizations, several board members had asked us to sort of similarly engaged with small urban retail water suppliers. And so last month on May 17th and 18th, we held 2 additional workshops for small urban retail water suppliers only. These are agencies that have less than 10,000 connections. We invited 183 suppliers, and 42 attended over the last few days, those 2 days. So many of them identified sort of some of the opportunities that the new framework presents, things like greater opportunities for public education and state agency collaboration. And they also presented sort of topics of concern, specifically the need for funding, assistance with outreach and communication, the need for data streamlining and reporting, and then also concerns to their low-income customers and disadvantaged communities within their service area. So just a sort of overview of those workshops held last month. On the next slide, we wanted to also provide an update on just where we are with scheduling, since things have not moved as quickly as we expected they would. We also wanted to sort of highlight that this regulation is not set in stone and that we are sort of all continuing to iterate and evolve. And we welcome continued public participation. So it is looking very, very likely that the rulemaking will begin by the end of June of this month. And so from our formal start date, that would mark the beginning of the first 45-day public comment period, we would have a year. We anticipate, bringing, the regulation to you all for consideration for adoption sometime in, spring of 2024, at which point, if you all were to adopt, we would give it to the administrative law and the rule would become effective maybe as soon as July 1 as next year. So that's sort of our big schedule, I think, at this point. Could we move to the next slide, please? So just a reminder, we invite people to continue to participate. Here's an easy way how to stay connected. Please sign up. Please follow the work that we're doing. And our final slide, please. So we are living through climate whiplash, with some areas of the state bracing for flooding and others bracing for major cutbacks from the Colorado River. Right, we've always been a state of extremes, but the polarity of the current water year is no doubt causing some cognitive dissonance. Why save water when Tulare Lake has reformed? Some might be wondering. Well, for one, hotter and drier conditions may reduce our statewide water supplies by 10% by 2040. The water-saving habits that we have been cultivating over the last decade will serve us well in the face of long-term aridification. There is an ancient Greek word, akrasia, that refers to our sometimes habit to act against our own better judgment, particularly in the moment, like when I snag that second piece of chocolate cake. When it comes to saving water, Californians know what we should do and how to do it, but for some of us, continuing to be water wise after an epically wet winter might seem as impractical as moderation at an all-you-can-eat buffet. So our conservation tip this month is Stay Strong, California. We were inspired by the Regional Water Authority's really fabulous new campaign, Are You Summer Strong? There was actually a rep from RWA here earlier, but she had to jet. Pictured here are a few of the water efficiency professionals at agencies serving the greater Sacramento area. They're flexing their water-saving muscles and sharing tips to keep us motivated. So on the far left, we see Linda, who is going to be saving 80 gallons of water per day by checking soil moisture before turning on her sprinklers. Because Maurice in the center has replaced turf with low water and native plants, he's going to be saving 90 gallons of water each time he irrigates his yard. And Becca at the far right is striking a tree pose because she knows that they are one of the most water efficient plants in the garden. So thanks again to Regional Water Authority for this really great work and for the great material. And that's it from us. We're happy to answer any questions if you have them.
And thank you for continuing to elevate our conservation discussion, the work, the need for the long-term conservation regulations, which we'll be starting to work on here, and just the continued passion around this. It's appreciated, and appreciate you highlighting what what agencies have been doing. And I know we've had Metropolitan Water District, Knowlton Miguel, other partners come through, and it can seem a little dissonant, certainly given how wet things are, that why can't we just for once not be talking about conservation? But it is so critical. The deficits that we see are systemic. The challenges are here generational amongst us when it comes to the future that we already are experiencing, let alone what things will be in 10 years. So continuing to focus on conservation, continuing to be water-wise is a California way of life. I truly feel that. And I just know this morning on KQED, I think Alexis Madrigal on Forum is covering native plants and just the huge industry that's being developed on, well, how do we commercialize the need to transform our landscapes? It's already happening. There's already a lot of work and jobs happening in transforming California's landscapes. But I know it's going to be, I'm looking forward to hearing it later today. Didn't get a chance to hear it this morning, but be able to unpack and understand how we, as we adopt these regulations, can contribute to this continued quality of life that we all can have. It's not punitive that we are all pursuing this conservation work. It's actually because it's foundational. So just thank you for that. Any comments from board colleagues on conservation? And we do have a few commenters as well. Board Member Morgan, please.
I just wanted to say, thank you. It's always great to hear the conservation presentations and just the, I think just, we're also just, how are we doing just hydrology wise and just taking a look back and seeing those patterns of just how water use changes along with, I'm going to say not just drought, but just with our climate. And so we're in this pattern, and this is California. It's hotter, drier, wetter, and our water use changes, and it definitely goes up during the summer. So I think this is just very just timely as we come into the summer hotter months. It's just our nature to start turning on those sprinklers and our water systems, and so just the reminders of we are here in California, and here's ways that we can continue to save our water. And, just want to remind you, turning on the sprinklers, time to go out, check them, make sure that they're facing the right directions, check our, our irrigation systems, the timing is correct, going through those just annual routine maintenance of our systems, and just looking for those different types of, plants. And so I think that, just looking to see, making sure we're keeping our trees strong. We're looking at, hey, are we going to be replacing our plants in order to beautify our yards, looking for the climate, the plants that are correct for our climate in the part of California that we are in. And so just, again, just appreciate just the presentations and bringing in the additional information that are to me, just that personal information to where I can then take home and I can then use in my everyday life. So thank you.
Here. Thank you, board member. Let's go to commenters. We have, I believe, 2 commenters. The first will be Sari Sommerstrom, and who will be followed by Kaya Rivers. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak today. I really appreciate Mr. Ekdahl's presentation on the Scott watershed. I'm Dr. Sari Sommerstrom. I'm a retired watershed consultant, lives in Etna and Scott Valley. I've been working in this watershed off and on since 1988. I've seen multiple droughts. I've been watching fish and water all these years. I helped start the Scott River Water Trust as a result of the 2001 drought where the fish couldn't get up. We've had multiple years where the fish haven't been able to get up. However, I want to emphasize that it's not an incredible urgency that, as you might have been led to believe. Again, I follow the Chinook and coho counts. Just for instance, the coho, we've been able to count the coho quite accurately with a video. We are at River Mile 18 since 2007. In 2008, there were 83 coho adults. In 2020, we had 1,671 adults. We have had positive trends in all 3 brood years. And we didn't even bother counting coho back in the 90s. It just was so few, it wasn't even on anybody's radar. And so we've targeted coho for water management here through many mechanisms. And I think I was glad to hear that one of the speakers did credit the Scott with being a very good coho producer. That wasn't always that way. And it's because of the local voluntary actions we have made the coho production in the Scott the best in the Klamath. And we need to get that credit. So I really appreciate the voluntary actions and the approach that Mr. Ekdahl has proposed, getting us out of this drought regulation, because that has been it's been a very negative influence on trying to get positive actions here. I think the community, the water users certainly understand that this is a permanent water savings now. This is not just droughts are repeated. But just on the ag wells thing, I just want to remind the board that it was your Scott River adjudication that you spent 10 years on that between 1970 and 1980, getting the Scott River, all the water rights fully adjudicated, all the surface water rights, pre-14, riparian, post-14, most of the groundwater rights in terms of those that had production wells, rather unique in California. But your reports and Fish and Game's reports in the mid-70s encouraged people to go to wells. You thought that that was going to be the solution to the problems of fish and water. And so it really was your agency and Fish and Game that wanted people to go to wells. So that 64 wells in 1974, and then we had a 76, 77 drought, and the well production, the numbers went up at the encouragement of those 2 state agencies. So we need to put that in perspective. And I don't think we're now on an ag well moratorium, but the county. So I just want to get the proportions of context here. The numbers, the petition is over 400 pages long, so it can take a long time to address all of those issues. I think a hearing, it sounds like you're going to go with the hearing process. We cannot possibly, from just sharing with you the fish and water numbers here in a 3-minute presentation at a hearing, which is what I feel like always had in your past hearings is 3 minutes. I feel like I have 30 years of information and knowledge to share with you. I can't do that in 3 minutes. And there's sadly, a lot of misinformation that has been presented. Another context is using the UC Davis groundwater model. They ran the scenario of no agriculture for the future under these drought conditions for 30 years. No agriculture could not meet those Fish and Game minimum flow standards. So, so be careful what you wish for. I'm afraid if you think it's an urgency and you rush to adopt like the 2017 Fish and Game flow criteria, which has a lot of weaknesses, a lot of problems. And I've done a paper analyzing those criteria, which are based on models from elsewhere. We'll be locked into a deadly scenario here for the future of this community. And I care about both fish and agriculture and water. I've been working on a balance for over 30 years here to try and make this work. the chronic drought conditions have certainly changed things. So I think some of the steps that we've identified, that Mr. Ekdahl has identified, are positive. We need to go there. But not getting rain till December is deadly for this valley. It just doesn't work. And then going to permanent water conservation, like center pivots with LIPA hoses, the low elevation, is a 25% water savings according to the UC Cooperative Extension. We just don't have enough funding, cost share funding, to for all the demand here. We know water management means balancing supply and demand. If the supply is shrinking, we have to shrink the demand. We understand that. But putting it under artificial flow regime that doesn't match up with what the fish need here, we can't do recharge. We've got 3 times we've had permits for doing winter recharge, and the flow expectations have been so high we haven't been able to do it even this year. Out of 90 days on that permit, we were only able to recharge 11 days. That's what I mean about we've got to get to reasonable expectations of how much flow is needed for the different life stages of the fish, and not grab some numbers off of a table. That does not work here. Again, I've studied this for too long to know we need reality here, a reality check. And so I appreciate staff trying to work with us. I really would like to invite all 5 of the board members to come and visit Scott Valley. Obviously Shasta Valley too, since we're kind of joined at the hip with these regulations. But you can't understand this place until you visit it. It's a lot different. Scott and Shasta are very different from each other too. So I guess that's my plea for now. Again, I think you're moving in the right direction, and we have an advisory committee already under SGMA. You know, we have a Scott Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan Committee that meets quarterly. We should meet a lot more often than that. It's a diverse representation. I think connecting State Water Board to DWR's SGMA process would be a logical way, since the SGMA process has the integrated hydrologic model, trying to get surface and groundwater connected. We've already done a lot of that homework for you. And so we feel now another agency is coming in and having to learn how to make this work. It's not lack of trying here, but there is a committee that's already set up. And so how do we connect your agency and DWR's effort on groundwater? There's just so many questions here on how to make this. We have a lot of good data here. We're not on the same page at all. I agree completely with Mr. Ekdahl's suggestion of an Ag 101, a Water 101, and a Fish 101 class, because we're not talking the same language. And I can tell you, this is what I hear from all the different viewpoints. We're not connecting the dots. We've got to understand this better and stop doing the blame game, and let's work together to find the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sommerstrom. On SGMA, the board is working very closely with DWR on it. I know that for the last years, we've been working closely. There's an MOU, I believe, with the county around groundwater modeling and the SCOT. So there's no need for catch-up. And do know that we're very much interested in ensuring that we continue to strike the right balance. That is the principal concern of this board, is balancing amongst the interests, not to advocate one way or the other. And here, just appreciate your engagement. There'll be a lot more to be engaged around. So thank you, Ms. Sommerstrom. Next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers. Hello,
Good morning.
good morning.
Again.
Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment again. My name is Kai Rivers. I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center. And the recharge is important for restoring our groundwater basins. It is important that the State Water Board continues to uphold the human right to water and prevent further exacerbation of the already widespread groundwater contamination impacting disadvantaged communities. If recharge is done irresponsibly, residents may be at risk of unknowingly consuming contaminated drinking water, as some contaminants like nitrate are undetectable to the human senses. And recharge in every case must be done with drinking water needs at the forefront. And now with Executive Order N423, it is of the utmost importance that groundwater quality monitoring and tracking is prioritized. The nearing snowmelt presents the opportunity to understand how current groundwater quality conditions change in the future as water obtained from the snowmelt is diverted and used for recharge. groundwater quality monitoring and around disadvantaged communities and around recharge sites must happen regularly. And the state must identify where water quality problems already exist and see if recharge actions are improving or worsening groundwater quality. And this information gathered from this analysis can be used to inform future decisions. The board can work with groundwater sustainability agencies who already have this responsibility to track changes in water quality. And the board can ensure this type of groundwater quality tracking and monitoring is done diligently by using your authority in basins with already failed plans. These steps are crucial in order to prevent further degradation of water quality and protect communities' access to safe drinking water, as many communities already deal with groundwater quality issues. The state board should continue to track groundwater quality earnestly, provided that this executive order is still active. Thank you for the presentation earlier today, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment today as well.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Appreciate, as always, the good engagement. And here, the points around the needing to balance our desire to recharge groundwater with the impacts on water quality that can happen. I know when it comes to the unpermitted activities that may happen, and here creating some better safeguards, we were able to do so through an executive order. And then, on the permitted activities, ensuring that here there is that concurrence with the regional board, that we're understanding if it's dairy lands or other problematic lands that are trying to be recharged is an important part of it. And continuing to monitor, just see what the changes in groundwater quality are, what we're seeing out there is going to be really important. It's a big learning year, and really appreciate the continued focus on needing to keep an eye on the long term for our communities. So thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Thank you.
Anything further from board members before we wrap up our hydro conditions and response item? Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for their participation. Let's go ahead and take, I know folks wanted to get to the drought and conservation reporting discussion, I'm sure here as well. We have folks hanging on. Let's take a quick 10-minute break just because I haven't afforded us one this morning, and then we can come refreshed into the drought and conservation reporting. We will not take a lunch. We will finish the item, and I think we can still get out of here by about 1 o'clock. So late lunch for folks. Let's go and take a 10-minute-ish break. We'll come back at 11:50. So 13 minutes. See you here in a moment. Thank you, everyone. Okay, everyone, the countdown clock is telling me it is 11:50, and so we can now move on to item number 4.1. There was an adjustment to the agenda. Item number 4 was removed. It was a bit of a duplicate, and we have here our drought conservation reporting. Good to see you, Mr. Polhamus. Glad to thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
And Mr. Zuniga. Good to see you in person. I think a lot of our updates for you are usually virtual, so I think this may be one of the first times you're here in person with us, so good to see you.
Yeah, I was happy to get him up here, and so we'll do a live presentation here. So, good morning, everyone. Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director for Division of Drinking Water, and Eric Zuniga, our Drought Manager in the Division of Drinking Water. And Eric's going to run through a presentation this morning on the results from our monitoring order that was issued back in January, and the success we've had with a lot of water systems that have done a fantastic job. I want to mention just up at the front our great appreciation for all of those that have worked with it, and to my staff that have answered lots of questions. This was done rather fast, and so you'll see at the end of the presentation we have a time for recollecting on that and going forward. So we'll do the presentation and then certainly go from there. So, Mr. Zuniga.
Thank you, Darren, and it's good to see you all in person. I usually say good morning from sunny Southern California. Has not been sunny lately. It's been very gloomy. May gray into June bloom is what we call it. But it's great to be here because after attending virtually in person has just brought me a lot of respect for what you guys do, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you for everything. We've just been working together just so hard through these last couple of years, and it has not gone unnoticed for anybody. It's just a pleasure and an honor to be here in person. So we're here to talk about drought and conservation reporting, a data item before lunch. So we will try to be power packed, but not too fast. Let's go to the next slide. So we're going to start first with some background of how the reporting platform came out, and then the status of how the reporting came out for the first quarter of 2023, and a little bit about what the future of reporting looks like for this drought and conservation reporting. Next slide. I'm going to spend a little time on this slide. One of the main impetuses for what we do is, there's a lot of different drivers for building a new portal, and why another portal, why more data? And honestly, the recent drought really changed a lot of things for us internally. We were having to wear a lot of different hats, a lot of emergency response hats, funding for new drought resiliency, my position coming out all out of the recent drought. So the call was sounded for DDW really to start collecting information really never before historically collected, which was on water level, water availability, answering that really important question of, will I run out of water? Will I have enough water for the future? And we did a lot of things with modeling. We did a lot of things with field staff, field time to build things. And our first effort was really this clearinghouse drought reporting, where we tagged 274 systems that were ultimately affected by the orders. And even with this effort, we just realized a lot of our data is still missing. A lot of our data was not complete. And so we found ourselves at a crossroads. We built something already that was managing this information. We additionally had some duplicative reporting in terms of the electronic annual report and the information that it receives being somewhat duplicative with what we were already collecting in the clearinghouse. And then we had our monthly conservation reporting, as you know, supply and delivery information collected through that portal from the urban water suppliers. So we have these two duplicative reporting portals. We have our existing portal, and now we have new requirements, the new requirements from SB 552 that have requirements for community water systems and non-transient, non-community schools that are water systems. And these systems needed to report information never previously collected in a new format. So with all of that, we had to decide, do we use something that's existing and make it more robust, taking in feedback that we got from the AR, or do we create something that's duplicative again? So we decided to do a step forward in the consolidation of reporting to create the drought and conservation reporting portal within the Safer and Clearinghouse. Next slide, please. So honestly, a huge thank you goes to our information technology teams, our Safer program that agreed to host it, and were instrumental in building this, and our field staff and HQ volunteers to build this portal. Nothing goes without a lot of work behind it, like the turtle on the fence post. It didn't get there by itself. So that's how I feel all the time. And so we issued drought and conservation reporting order in January 1st, 2023. And this report was requiring reporting to be completed for community water systems, including wholesalers and urban water suppliers, similar folks that are already reporting in the AR, and also including the non-transient non-community water systems that are schools to report starting in January, so that we could get a full calendar year's worth of information starting in January. What things are they reporting on? Well, the majority are reporting on water shortage concerns, source reporting data points, and supply and demand, similar to what was reported in the AR for those. And urban and drought order systems are also additionally reporting on things like supply augmentation and demand reduction, some of which has, well, actually that has been already going in 2022 in different forms. So let's go on to the next slide and we can talk about how it looked like to sign up folks into these accounts. So I have here on the slide, 584 systems of about 3,200 water systems that actually did sign up for an account. And cutting edge, I just ran it right before, and there's only 460 now. So we are doing good. It's interesting to note that of the 460, well, of the larger number at least, about half of them already have a safer status of potentially at risk or failing. That's something that we kind of know is they already have some technical, managerial, financial issues already. And the vast majority of the systems, 511, are small systems under 200 service connections. So we are talking about some of the smallest systems that we do have that are still have not created accounts. Next slide, please. So in terms of frequency, our default reporting is quarterly, reported in monthly increments. For example, January being due at the end of April. We have urban water suppliers as a subset of this that are reporting monthly on a monthly basis to more better coincide with the monthly conservation reporting requirement in the drink portal. And we have drought order systems that, depending on their potential drought impact, could report weekly, depending on the severity of the drought concern. And it's hard to have a one-size-fits-all reporting frequency that allows us to receive data that's both timely and that is also manageable for the systems that are reporting. Next slide, please.
Could you, sorry, just to clarify the different reporting, the drought impacted the drought reporting order, the 274 systems. Is that still in place and still a requirement for those the weekly reports to happen even currently?
So currently, yes, and I actually have a slide to talk about that. But yeah, we have our current drought order systems. We have not changed their frequency. We are actually going to look at the data that they're reporting and do a close vetted check of if we reduce it, which we probably will, how many of them will actually stay on because they still have a concern. For example, if they're still hauling water, maybe they have for years, well, they still have this water availability concern, but many that we thought were going to have an issue and never did, obviously they should be taken down. So we're looking at that data right now, and I'll kind of show you a little bit of that. Thanks. Okay, in this next slide, we talk about monthly reporting frequencies and deadlines. This is just a screenshot of what we have on our drought and conservation reporting website. It does show the three sort of different categories of reporting for monthly reporting and kind of, which category each one falls in. And you can see the urban retail water suppliers, we had them on quarterly initially while we were building some features in the platform to make it easier for their reporting. And as we were working to try to cut over the drink portal reporting and shifting them over into a more aligned frequency. Next slide. So interestingly enough, I really thought this was showing some interesting information. So in the first graph, we see the number of past due reports of the total submitted reports. So we have received more reports than we've not received, which is great for a new reporting platform. People are getting used to it. People are trying to muddle through creating accounts. Most of those past due, I would say maybe about a third to a half of them are actually because they don't have accounts. And that's why they haven't submitted reports. So for the most part, if you submitted an account, you had a good likelihood of having submitted something. On the right, we see that the majority of folks have actually completed all three reports in the first quarter. So they actually have three total submitted reports, 1871. And there's another larger section that have not submitted any. So it seems to me, I think the takeaway here is that the ease of reporting after the initial learning curve is that if you did one, you were more likely to do three, is what this is kind of sharing to me. And hopefully that is clear as well. It does seem like we built it with usability in mind, but there is that initial hurdle. Creating accounts, which requires outreach, which requires reaching out to folks that aren't, probably have trouble with other types of reporting, to be honest. Next slide, please. So this is a sample of the water level data that has been submitted. So in the first column, we see the number of water systems that have actually submitted data on top, and then the ones that have not submitted data on the bottom. So you could see about a third of the water systems have actually given us some water level data. That same kind of representation comes into well and intake facilities for target groundwater and surface water. So we get about a third actually giving us data instead of marking not available or perhaps not submitting their report. So that's the level of data that we are receiving. They do get an opt-out for water level data. They do not have to report water level data on a monthly basis. They can mark not available. And they, of course, also past year reports would also be counted on there as not submitted. And then the last was just the total number for after 3 months of water level data points and how many we actually received versus how many we still have outstanding. At any point in time, someone can come back and resubmit an old report. So those numbers do improve over time as people come back in and fill in their old reports. Next slide, please. So why are we collecting all this data and what are we going to use it for? So the caveat, I think, is we do have some data. We are looking at the data, but we do need a lot of data quality review to review the preliminary results. I really think that we really do need to keep a close eye. This is a new reporting system. People are seeing fields that they've never seen before. They're reporting things mistakenly, putting hauled water when it was not hauled water, things like that. So we definitely need a lot more education and review to make sure. That being said, we now have the ability to do what's called a source capacity evaluation, looking at how much a system should have the ability to produce based on what it historically has needed to produce. We will now finally have a way to use that, do that evaluation using data instead of just a periodic 3 or 5 year evaluation on a sanitary survey that is not machine readable and not accessible. We will finally get at that question of water availability. Is this water available for this water system and for how long? Next slide, please. So Board Member McGuire, this is the slide I was talking about. So the first 2 bars, you see the number of systems that were flagged to have a severe water shortage by their own reporting. They said, hey, I have a severe water shortage. We have 18 water systems that reported a water hauler being used. These are pretty high numbers. They're higher than what we had experienced last year. So the thing is, we've opened it to more people. More people are using data points they probably haven't heard before, and we need to outreach to them. There's some large cities that reported using hauled water. We know that's not the case, so we're working with them to try to correct some of these data points. So those 2 flags are more for drought emergency type, which we'll see on the other graph. The next 3 are these these warning flags that tell us, hey, this water system might be in trouble. So the first one is only 3 water systems, which is really good, reported a severe water shortage that was expected in 90 days. However, the next 2 show that based on the data reported and the trends that we're seeing, that we have 92 sources statewide of the ones that submitted data that could have a 0 water level in 90 days and 243 that could have a 0 source capacity based on trends and decreasing source capacity. So again, these numbers need to be really vetted. We really honestly need to call a lot of folks and take the time to really dig into what they're reporting. But this is what the preliminary data is showing us now. If we took these flags into informing what our drought triage traditionally has looked like, you're going to see a vast increase of numbers, which I don't think is necessarily where we want to go, especially with changing conditions. I think it probably should go the opposite way, but this is what the data is showing now. And now it falls on to us to really dive into it and see what is this really saying? Do we really want 57 drought emergency systems? Is that really accurate? Do we really want 300 potential drought warning systems to potentially have drought funded resiliency projects funded for them? And those are the questions that we are having.
And thank you. And this is obviously a lot of information, and I appreciate that you're still working through the QA/QC and trying to understand and work with water suppliers to clarify where there may be misunderstandings in the questions. And so just for my own understanding, so the table on the left flagged drought systems, the 0 water level in 90 days and 0 source capacity in 90 days bars, are those self-flagged by the water systems, that information, or is that from your analysis of their water supply that you came up, those numbers came from?
So the first three are self-reported. The last two yellow bars, the tall yellow bars, are actually from the data itself. So they're flagged from, so they gave us the water levels. And let's say they said, hey, this is my water level this month. And the following month, I dropped by this amount. Well, we propel that trend forward. We say, if that continues to do that, then you will be at 0 at this date. And if that date fell within 90 days, we flagged it. So that is their data, but we created that flag. It's a new flag we have not utilized to inform this before in the past.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, and I can understand the desire to get a better sense for how critical are some of these water supply conditions. But at the same time, I do think we need to be careful with how that data is interpreted, because the reality is I just don't see us having 350 water systems run out of water supply this year, right? Yeah. And so something for me is, when I see that, it raises alarm bells. I'm extremely concerned. I want to understand what's going on. Are there truly systems in the next 3 months that are going to be running out of water?
Right.
And if so, how can we help them? On the flip side, just don't want to overreact or underreact. And I know you appreciate that, but seeing that here just gives me a little bit of cause for concern. And as an engineer and someone who's worked with many water systems over the years in planning their water supply and understanding how complex it is, that you can have multiple groundwater sources, you can have a combination of surface water and groundwater, and it's not the data, the water level data, that information doesn't always tell the whole story about, truly the water supply situation. So anyway, just wanted to put the pin in that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And I definitely think it needs to be looked at because, again, doing something new for the first time. And there's a difference between a water system running out of water and a source running out of water, like you mentioned. So yeah, there's a lot of levels here. It's something that we've never collected this data, and starting to look at it, I think it's really eye-opening, how some folks are able to manage in some scenarios. And I'll show you 2 examples right now. And I think it'd be really cool to understand, to get the water systems this information so that they know what to do with it, and they get to vet that to us too, because we can come up with a determination somewhere, but ultimately the water system can also tell us more concretely of like, well, I have this giant reservoir that nothing about that is actually helping us weather this. So I think there's definitely more information to be gathered and more vetting to be done, because I agree with you on the smell test of this. It doesn't seem quite right. I think we do need to do more. Another point, the delay in groundwater impacts. This is the first quarter of 2023 after a long season of no rain. We wouldn't expect to see increases in capacities for groundwater supplies very quickly, although surface water could recover very quickly. So I do think there might be an element of that here that perhaps the second quarter will vet out and show, we don't know how these sources behave throughout the year. Maybe it does it every year, or maybe on drought years it's particularly bad, and then it'll recover 6 months later. So I think we're going to see a lot of that in this next quarter. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give an example of one water system, and name really doesn't matter. It's in the Russian River watershed, and we have here 4 lines, and the top line is the static water level. The next one is the pumping water level, and then you have your pump depth below reference point, and you have your well depth. So you can see that this well went as low as 21 feet of pumping water level, just 7 feet above the pump depth of 28. So that's how close this source was for failure right before the rains. And we're probably seeing a source that is very highly influenced by the local surface water from the Russian River watershed. So this is an example of a system, and this is an example of some types of data and visualizations we can give back to the water systems of like, did you know your source was doing this? Did you know that you were so close? And then we can obviously do drought resiliency based on what we see here. In the next example, in the next slide, we have a source that did not experience that much of a change in the same watershed. We can have very stable reporting over the last year. Since they were on drought order reporting, we have a full year's worth of data, and we can see that this one doesn't change all that much. And it doesn't, this system probably does not need to drought order report on any increased frequency anytime soon. Next slide, please. So we did something different that I don't think I've seen done before, at least in our division, is to award folks that completed all 3 reporting periods on time, submitted water levels and did not mark not available. We had 195 systems that received this award. So we at the division, we're no stranger to the burden of reporting requirements that can fall upon these systems. Large and small systems both shoulder a different type of burden, but they both shoulder a burden. So we're not a stranger to that. And so we really want to incentivize those that do report their data and do report it on a timely manner, because we really appreciate it. So we applaud those efforts to safeguard our water resources and their transparency in reporting. That being said, I had a couple of highlights in the next slide. And this next slide highlights 4 systems, not because they themselves are distinguished, but the type of systems that they represent. They're representative of different types of systems, like Whale Gulch Elementary School. Obviously, 7 schools received this award. They're an NTNC school water system of 60 population. We had Mojave Water District as a wholesaler, serving about 300,000 customers, but indirectly, 100% indirectly. And we had 9 total wholesalers that received this award. And we had City of Modesto as a very large urban utility serving 70,000 people or connections. Almost 50 urban water suppliers received that award. And the small HOA serving 35 people, of which I've gotten a lot of phone calls from as well, about 150 small water suppliers received that award as well. So we do know that people are able to get in there and report, and we just wanted to applaud their efforts to report on a new reporting requirement in that first quarter. Next slide, please. And we also wanted to thank those that just in general completed all 3 reports on time, whether they marked not available on a lot of the fields in the report, only gave us what we absolutely required to be submitted. And we had a total of 144 systems that we wanted to thank. And so we are looking forward to actually sending them out a certificate with this logo that was prepared by our media team, and to be able to recognize them and something they can hang on the back of their wall if they want to. Next slide, please. So in the future of the clearinghouse, I want to talk about just other enhancements on the horizon. Actually, aggregated reporting is now available for May 2023. This aggregated reporting allows urban water suppliers that manage multiple water systems to send one report that manages that suffices for all of their systems. This is going to really simplify reporting. This is something that has been a big ask, and is something that we felt necessary in order to do an apples-to-apples comparison with the monthly conservation reporting. So we have that live now, and folks have already started to report using that feature. We are adding the data export ability for water systems regulatory staff to download their data in bulk from the application, and visualizations of the data that is not just available to regulators, but also available to water systems, similar to what you saw to develop these tools and give them to people that need them. Next slide, please. So part of the eliminating duplicative reporting is to transition some reporting from the AR. So we have currently annual reporting of supply and demand and source inventory data, 2 sections of the AR that will be scheduled to be replaced in the AR for 2024. So that is the hope, is to streamline and reduce the number of questions and data points that we're requesting in the AR. And we are now collecting in monthly time bites and time sizes to have bite-sized pieces throughout the year instead of one giant annual report with a lot of data to collect. They're going to be able to send that throughout the year, vet that data as they receive it, and have it not be such a big annual reporting burden is our anticipation. And that was based on feedback that we had received through our EAR public input forum, is to reduce the size of the EAR, reduce the complexity, reduce the questions, and try to eliminate duplicative reporting, which we're trying to handle using that. On the next slide, talk about just what we're really excited about, in addition to the EAR input forum, where we've received a number of comments to improve the EAR and just our reporting in general. We also are excited to announce an upcoming public workshop in the summer, probably July 2023, to allow our public water systems to provide feedback on the portal as it is now. And if we have any upcoming features or enhancements to that portal, that they also be given that opportunity to provide public comment and provide feedback. We've received a lot of feedback through our email system our email system is inundated with lots of well-meaning comments that we are collecting, and we find bugs through that. We find feature requests. We find all sorts of feedback through that avenue, but we look forward to collecting it in a public forum where a lot of folks, not just water systems, will be able to comment, will be able to receive that input, and we are definitely looking forward to that. And we also have opportunities to do beta testing where someone can test out the platform and get hands-on with it before it launches, so they can prepare their reporting, especially larger utilities. You know, it takes a while for those wheels to start spinning, and so we believe that that's really going to help them get ahead of the game and be able to be ready for reporting when it changes or releases. And the last slide is simply 2 links. One of the links is to our drought and conservation reporting website, where there's technical assistance there. There's interfaces with DWR for assistance with well monitoring, with CASGEM, groundwater monitoring, just a lot of resources there. Brown bag presentations I've recorded that have been posted on there. And then our email box, which, like I said, is very full, but we are getting to them, and they're very important for us to address everybody's concerns as we go through this reporting. So thank you all. That was the end of my presentation.
Thank you. I appreciated this item. I know for me, this effort really kind of converged on kind of 2 points. One was certainly the urgency we're feeling as coming into another dry year, and seeing just the need to continue to ensure that we were understanding where systems were. We continue to find systems were failing, would only come to us as they failed, as opposed to being able to engage and help prevent a failure or a water outage here ultimately with folks. So the urgency to update those drought orders, to get that out, to get a handle as we were expecting to be coming into another dry summer was very urgent and needed. At the same time, there was a lot of streamlining work being done on the background with the safer work, the clearinghouse, the continued improvements in data management, and importantly, the need to consolidate the various portals that we have out there existing at the water boards was really important. And so these things kind of came together and happened here in a moment that I think we've seen important progress. I appreciate the early reporters, and we need to continue to get it right. The right balance on the amount of information, but importantly, the effort here is to get folks onto a better platform, whether it was the conservation reporting, the EAR. There were a lot of frustrations with the platforms we were using. They didn't allow you to adjust values. It became very cumbersome for folks, I think, to use it. So I appreciate this project. I appreciate this informational item to come out and really kind of explain what we've done here, and importantly, the opportunity for folks to continue to contribute and engage on this project, because it's huge. It's really critical that we continue to improve these systems that we depend upon to be better decision makers. Not just here, though, as we've seen with conservation reporting, it's actually what we as a whole, as a state, as communities, then are able to do with that reporting that we're able to better aggregate at the state level. That has been impressive, that helps lead to better management. And I'm of a mind that this project does that. And I also want to acknowledge that we need to continue to work with our partners in this space to continue to improve it. And so I appreciate the workshop and appreciate this informational item. And this is important work, and we need to continue to make sure we get it right. So just thank you for that. Board members, any other comments? We have about 6 commenters, I believe, so we can go to them as well, unless anyone has anything further they want to add. Let's go to our first commenter, will be Soren Nelson with the Association of California Water Agencies.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Nice to be with you here virtually. I am sitting in for my colleague Chelsea Haynes, who is taking a very well-earned break from Waterworld. So if I'm a strange face on this topic, please forgive me. So we really appreciate the opportunity to provide comments today on this information item, and especially want to extend our appreciation to Darren and Eric for their ongoing engagement with Aqua on this. We also recognize and appreciate the intent of the reporting order to better identify water systems experiencing or at risk of experiencing a water shortage. Public water agencies have been improving local drought planning and reporting. Following the last drought, significant improvements were made to improve the consistency and quality of planning through the Urban Water Management Plan annual water supply and demand assessment, and the water shortage contingency plans. These planning efforts have proven successful. Last year, DWR found that over 95% of all urban water suppliers successfully conducted their supply and demand assessments. Even in the third consecutive year of drought, 82% of urban water supplies had no projected shortage. 18% of supplies with some projected shortage fully addressed that shortage, and less than 1% of urban water supplies that were experiencing shortage did not address it. Despite these improvements, we recognize that some reporting gaps remain. Not all community water systems conduct these reports, and despite improved reporting, there were shortage scenarios where the state intervened to help procure water. Recognizing these important goals and challenges, we have some concerns with the January 1 reporting order and expanded questions. Process-wise, we strongly encourage the board to ensure that new proposed data reporting be developed through collaborative public processes with water suppliers and other interested parties. We have some technical issues with the specific questions, such as static well level and monthly water loss. And we also have broader concerns with duplicative reporting, the broader scope of reporting as it relates to the important goals of SB 552, and the burden that some of this data at the granularity being requested places on water systems. We appreciate the commitment to hold a public workshop in advance of the next quarterly reporting deadline. I think that'll be really important to allow water suppliers to provide feedback on the reporting order. And we really just appreciate that commitment. So thank you for the opportunity to comment. We look forward to continuing to work with the board to advance its data goals and develop solutions that also work with the water community. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I appreciate your comments and filling in here for Chelsea, but appreciate the good engagement. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Abergel, who will be followed by Sue Mosberg.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm hoping you can hear me. I'm going to keep my camera off because it looked like it got all jittery, so I don't want to startle everyone in the room.
Yeah, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, Chair and board members. Andrea Abergel with the California Municipal Utilities Association. We really appreciate staff putting this on the board agenda for today and giving space for this important conversation. CMUA is very supportive of streamlining data reporting requirements for public water agencies, and we're especially supportive of the work done by the Water Data Consortium. We're supportive of the public process that is starting today. We were initially discouraged that the order came out with that meaningful public process. It was a surprise to our membership, and most of the water community was caught off guard. We believe that stakeholder engagement is needed to further narrow the scope of information requested and ensure that that information that is collected in an efficient manner. And so it's important to discuss the purpose and continue to fine tune this order to ensure that the board gets accurate, high quality data and that public water agencies are not overburdened in providing that data. Water agencies need to understand the need for and the value of the new data reporting requirements as it relates to the water board's responsibilities. It's a little unclear as to why certain parameters were included, so we support and encourage transparency in these data points. We are also concerned that the order includes reporting requirements that are duplicative with existing reporting, such as the reporting for groundwater wells that are currently monitored and reported by groundwater sustainability agencies, and the water loss reporting requirements that are inconsistent with annual water loss audits submitted to the Department of Water Resources. We hope that the Water Board and DWR continue to work on sharing the data to reduce the duplicate reporting. And I appreciate that some of the duplicate data points, as reported by staff earlier, will be removed from the 2024 EAR. I additionally want to note that the compliance with this order has already proven to be a significant financial administrative burden on many water agencies. So I want to encourage the board to think through that burden and as this continues. And likewise, I wanted to note that there are certain exemptions from SB 552 reporting that were negotiated during the legislative process. So we believe that those exemptions should be included in this order. So we encourage the board to find ways to reduce the overall reporting burden on water agencies. So again, thank you for this discussion. CMUA looks forward to continuing these important conversations and finding solutions that are feasible.
Really appreciate the engagement. Thank you, Ms. Abergel, and the feedback. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sue Mossberg, be followed by Paul Helliker, and after that, Christopher Gabelich. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you. I'm Sue Mossberg, Executive Director of the California-Nevada section of the American Water Works Association. And on behalf of Cal Nevada AWWA, I just wanted to express support for the work staff initiated, several years ago to collect timely data that informs good water supply, demand management, local decisions, as well as state regulation. The recent wave of data collection modifications and the updates to the online tools has, however, caused some confusion amongst those who are asked to collect the data and submit the data. Cal Nevada AWWA supports and echoes the comments that you have heard and will hear even after me related to the collection and submission of the data, and really wants to hone in on the timing, complexity, and reliability of the data that's being requested. As an organization that really prides ourselves in leading, educating, and serving the members in California that represent the water suppliers, the data collection device manufacturers, the engineers, regulators, water supply and demand management professionals, as well as academia and the NGOs, we urge the Water Board to continue to actively engage that entire community to really better understand the complexities and reliability of the data being requested, as well as the value and the burden of both short and longer term reporting periods, given seasonal variability and the data collection realities of the tools that we're using today. To also develop and test new data collection tools with the community and to partner with the community to provide training and technical assistance to those systems that are impacted and are attempting to collect this data in a usable format, as well as just looking at the data that's collected and the decisions that are being made on this data to ensure that they're relevant, fiscally sound, and result in positive actions to address climate shift. As a partner in water conservation and a partner in many of the regulations that the State Water Board is developing, California-Nevada section of AWWA looks forward to continuing to engage with you and with staff on these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate the engagement and definitely more work to do, so thank you. Next, we have Paul Helliker. Mr. Helliker, good afternoon. Oh, apologize, Mr. Helliker. You are unmuted, but we can't hear you. You may need to just adjust your microphone at the bottom of the platform where the mute or unmute button is. There's a small caret. You can maybe select another microphone source. Sometimes that's...
Okay.
Oh, I
Can
think
you hear me now?
we can.
Oh, thank you. I guess it took a double click. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to have a chat with you this afternoon about this order. We and others have provided some comments via conversations, letters, and emails since it was issued. So let me just highlight a few of those communications. As noted, the order was originally premised on the existence of drought and the emergency orders issued by the governor, but now there is no drought and those orders have been rescinded. The order also refers to SB 552 as the justification, but that bill exempted from its requirements any agency that submitted an urban water management plan or a water shortage contingency plan. However, the order does cover those agencies as well. We received no notice about the order before it was issued, and it appears that the reporting cycle has just changed. Again, something which we have also not received any notice about. The order duplicates data that is reported in the monthly conservation report, in SGMA reports, CASGEM reports, the electronic annual report, and the annual water supply and demand assessments. The order supposedly covers water supply and demand conditions, but the supply data is merely the monthly total of water produced by surface and groundwater facilities, which is the same information that's collected in the demand category, the monthly use by customer category, minus water loss. These two measurements of demand are not comparable because they cover different time periods of meter readings, and water loss is not a monthly value. So the detailed data on deliveries to customer classes is not really relevant to a comparison of supplies and demands. Actual supply data is reported in the annual water supply and demand assessment. San Juan just submitted its assessment, which shows that we have 82,000 acre feet of surface water supply available, and more if we add in the groundwater supplies in our area. And demands are projected to be 41,000 acre feet, so we have plenty of water. The order requires data that's unrelated to water supplies and demands, such as pumping hours, flow rates, depths of water bodies, pumping and static water elevations, and other elements. These values vary minute by minute, so a monthly value would be an arbitrary choice. Some values, such as static groundwater elevations, can't be measured without disrupting water supply operations. In February, San Juan and other agencies submitted comments on the order, and we've shared those with the board members. We've met with DDW managers and staff twice to discuss the comments and had further email correspondence about the statements made in those meetings. And we've also shared those with the board. So the bottom line for us is, as part of this communication, we requested that the order be suspended so we could have further collaboration with DDW representatives to develop the data that they need to meet their needs while minimizing the workload to water agencies. So we're requesting again today that that order be suspended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Helliker. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Gabelich.
Yeah, hi. My name is Chris Gabelich. I'm a principal environmental specialist with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding the drought conservation reporting order. As the regional wholesaler for Southern California, Metropolitan strongly supports drought and conservation planning. Metropolitan is committed to reducing the effects of drought throughout our service hour. However, I'd like to share some of our concerns with the order as rolled out on January 1 without any stakeholder input or transparency. So by way of background, Metropolitan supplies approximately 2 million acre feet of water per year to its 26 member agencies, who in turn deliver to nearly 19 million people across Southern California, including Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Ventura counties. Metropolitan has 4 water systems that are subject to the order. Our main system comprises of 5 separate water treatment plants, treating either Colorado River or State Water Project water, blends of the two, and 3 of our 5 permanently manned employee housing villages at our pumping plants that support our Colorado River aqueduct system. Each of these systems has its own public water system identification number, hence their inclusion in the order. However, Metropolitan is unsure of the value of the data that it's reporting in its quarterly drought and conservation reports, as the needs of our system are unique, complex, and not transferable to other systems. One of the key issues is that her asking for volumetric flow and lake elevation data for our 2 water supplies does not provide meaningful information about our drought readiness. During times of drought, Metropolitan can draw upon water and storage, such as from Lake Mead, Diamond Valley Lake, or various groundwater baking programs, participate in water exchange programs, or purchase available water to maximize benefits to Southern California. So a simple volumetric and lake elevation assessment does not provide any meaningful data in regards to Metropolitan's drought readiness. In addition, Metropolitan already submits drought-related information to the state via our water shortage contingency plan, annual water supply and demand assessment, urban water management plan, among others. Metropolitan also has various internal planning and implementation documents, such as the Integrated Resources Plan, Annual Water Surplus and Drought Management Plan. All these reports provide guidance for managing regional water supply during surplus and shortage conditions, as well as evaluate available supplies and existing water storage levels to determine the appropriate management actions to limit the impacts of drought in our service area. Moreover, the order increases the reporting frequency for Metropolitan from annually as part of our electronic annual report to quarterly using monthly data, a 12-fold increase in data collection needs, creating a reporting burden on our staff. Also, the water uses water quality sampling compliance points rather than approved water sources as the reportable water sources within the forms. This needlessly complicates the forms, will require far more data entry in some instances, and hinders the ability of water agencies to complete the forms in a timely and meaningful manner. While the order references Senate Bill 552, the order does not reference the accompanying water code section that exempts small systems, such as our villages, to support our desert pumping plants that are integrated into larger water systems that have an urban water management plan, as Metropolitan does. Hence, the order captures our small systems, even though they are exempt from drought reporting requirements under SB 552, and provides little value in state drowning planning efforts as they are integrated into an overall Colorado River aqueduct system and are not prone to drought in and of themselves. Given this understanding, Metropolitan looks forward to DEW's stakeholder workshop this summer to streamline reporting requirements with the ultimate goal of being less burdensome on the regular community while providing more meaningful data to DEW. The changes should include providing clarity on the need and use of these data, simplifying the reporting requirements, whether that be for true source water reporting or reduced reporting frequency, and complying with all the existing statute provisions under SB 552 that exclude small water systems that are integrated into larger systems. I'd like to thank DDW because we had multiple conversations with Eric and others, as well as we sent a letter to the State Water Board on this issue, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gavlich. I appreciate that engagement and looking forward to the workshop and the continued feedback to improve this. Yeah, I think, what definitely comes to mind is how very and vastly different the Metropolitan Water District is, say, to then a system serving 15 connections. And our attempt to try to make sure we are appropriately trying to gather information that spans what we know are a ton of different systems and levels of operation and complexity and work. And so I just appreciate everyone's patience and tolerance as we move through what are important outcomes in the end, which are streamlining and continuing to do a better job at managing our state's resources. So thanks for that commitment and partnership around it. It means a lot. Our last commenter is Kaya Rivers. Rivers, good to see you.
Nice to see you again. Thank you for the opportunity to comment again. I just wanted to express our appreciation and support to the board for leading this effort and better tracking small water suppliers, water availability, and making progress towards SB 552 requirements. This is crucial to ensure that the state is aware of looming loss of water supply or water shortage and can swiftly act to support small water suppliers. And I also wanted to add that it's important to ensure that small water suppliers have support from DDW in fulfilling these reporting requirements as tracking systems change and reporting systems change, especially for small water suppliers in disadvantaged communities. But thank you again for these updates tracking water supply and the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. I appreciate those comments and the engagement on this and many other items today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe that wraps up our commenters on this item. Board members, anything further to leave folks with? Reflections, comments, direction? I know, again, I personally am looking forward to the workshop. I'm very supportive of the work, and I know that here we need to continue to do our best to ensure that we're getting that right balance of the information we need, but importantly, moving over everyone to a more unified platform and kind of winding down these many other kind of places folks are reporting into. The sooner we can articulate kind of how the benefit of all that, when various reporting will sunset. I know on the conservation side, there's still some work to really kind of unpack further before we're feeling like we can transition folks further over. my only feedback would be just to continue to try to shorten that period as much as possible, so folks aren't feeling frustrated reporting into both the new system and still having to finish up reporting in the old. I know for like the EAR, there's no kind of getting around that because it's a yearly report, and the way it kind of landed means that they'll still be including information in next year's EAR. But yeah, my feedback is just making sure that we're taking some urgency here so that we get folks all onto a unified platform and get the full benefit of the time savings, because we continue to hear the concern and issue of the amount of time it may take and staff time. Again, the goal here is to reduce that by having this better platform and having a more unified one. So I'm hoping we can do so. And I guess, again, just want some tight timelines, as tight as we can get them around all that. Other board comments, questions? Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. And I can certainly appreciate where we were 6-7 months ago, that we were not knowing how 2023 was going to shape up, that for all we knew, this was going to be another drought year, and that at DDW, we were feeling like we needed a better sense of the water supply and demand picture for all these water systems that were out there. So I can understand, and I do appreciate like the reason and the rationale behind the order and the desire to streamline our reporting, to have a unified system ultimately. And so I think much of the work that's been done here is time well spent and is going to prove to be incredibly valuable and useful as we go forward. So for me, it's, here we are today, not the drought, and that's why I was asking about the drought systems, because that, I got a little concerned, but, broadly speaking, we're not in an as dire situation as we were 6 months ago. So we have a little bit of time and room to take a little closer look at the questions and the information and ensure that as we go forward, it's the right type of questions that we're asking of the right systems. And what I've heard a lot today with the comments is that there is quite a bit of difference between a system with 35 connections and one with 100,000 connections in terms of the complexity of their water supply portfolio and how they are able to adapt and manage to different circumstances. And so I obviously have a significantly greater concern for those smaller water systems, especially if they only currently have one source, if they have one groundwater well and they're dependent on that. I absolutely, it would be good to ask questions and get that information and understand where we should be helping systems remedy those issues and working towards compliance ultimately with SB 552. So I think that is appropriate to be asking those questions. When we start to look at the larger urban water suppliers, though, it gets a little bit more complicated. And it does make me think about the existing requirements and reporting that are out there, the urban water management plans and the annual supply and demand assessments, which came out of conservation as a way of life legislation and instituting that. So my ask is, as we go forward here and work towards the workshop, to get a good sense, a better sense for what other reporting is happening, particularly for the urban water suppliers. I know some months ago, I had, not you, actually, a different group, I think it was ORPP, I had asked for some feedback on the annual water supply and demand assessment, which was a report that was submitted from DWR to the Water Board. So I'm going to re-ask that and say, let's get a better sense for the information that is being provided through these different reports and that urban water suppliers are already putting together, and how that can work in conjunction with this reporting that's happening through this system, and truly work towards streamlined and more effective and efficient reporting. Because my sense is if that reporting is done right and done well, that would actually save you a lot of work in understanding what is the water supply and demand resiliency of these very large systems with complex water supply portfolios. So I think that's just important to help inform the process as we go forward, but look forward to your work here and working with stakeholders, and appreciate your commitment to do that. Thank you.
If I may, I just want to make sure I call a distinction from the urban water management planning data they submitted to DWR and their assessment, because it's really a projection and not actual data. It's all valuable and it needs to be done, and I'm not questioning that, but I do know some people have confused, like, we do that, so why are we doing this? there is something we need to unpack around the actual then production results data. Like, what are they doing? Are they following the plan? Are they having to deviate from the plan? And that's one thing we need to unpack as we go forward, because there is a distinction there. Maybe some large systems are so complex that we're not going to be able to get into that, and we'll just have to step back and let that be. Certainly, there are other systems that got into trouble. They looked like they were going to do fine, and that wasn't the case because we didn't know how they were progressing. Did they implement their plan as they said they were planning to? And so lots more discussion to happen in that arena to try to understand that a little better.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's some good input, and those are exactly the types of questions I want to better understand as we go forward. So thanks for calling that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that exchange, and agree with you that the urban water management plans and other activities are important pieces of the puzzle that we have here, and appreciate Darren's point, which I brought up similar points, and appreciate Darren's clarity on remembering that this is actual data on where their system is, as opposed to theoretical data that's kind of in a report. And sometimes the California Water Blog did a good kind of review of some of these planning activities, what the difference and/or helpfulness is amongst it. And I think here having real data that's more reflective of what the system is doing as opposed to planning data can help inform them and make them better. So appreciate that. Getting a little feedback in the room, but I think folks' audio should be okay. No, it's not feedback. It's just white noise. It's fine. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, okay. Any other discussion amongst the board members? And if hearing none, then I think we're done with this item. 4.1 was a successful item. I appreciated the information here and look forward to the workshop, truly. So thanks, y'all. And thank you for all the participants in the discussion, those that have been contributing, and the feedback. It's appreciated. That's what makes us be able to do our job best. So thank you. That brings us to the end of our, nearly the end. We still have a couple of items, board member reports and executive director report, but the end of the other noticed items here on our agenda. Board members, is there anyone that would like to kick us off? I know we did not get to board member reports at our workshop down at the Salton Sea in Imperial and Brawley. And so there's a month worth of board member reports potentially. I'm not going to go through the rest of my calendar. I'll just say that May was intense. It was an intense month with a lot going on, a lot of travel, including our remote, our in the community board meeting and workshop around the Salton Sea 2 weeks ago. I just want to thank here at the top, Courtney, Tyler, Meredith Thompson, everyone, Margie Argel, all of our folks. It took a village in order to have the Salton Sea workshop in the Imperial Valley down in Brawley, but it was time very well spent. I appreciated being down there from Monday to Thursday during that meeting, and really getting a good amount of time in the community, seeing the progress at the projects down the Salton Sea. So thank you for that. The other, I think, significant report that I just want to put out is Radhika Fox, the assistant administrator for water at the US EPA, was out here. My calendar, it would have been the week of May. Oh, it would have been the week of May 15th. And just want to thank her for coming out, visiting. I toured with her the Ventura Pure Water Project, a water recycling project that is receiving a WIFIA loan here, and additionally went down to LA County Sanitation Districts, where we saw the Clearwater project, the huge tunneling project that they have down there. It's such impressive infrastructure, huge effort down there. I really would recommend all board members get a chance to go down there. The board has contributed to that project and others with LA County San, and it's going to be a huge boon to even just the way they may manage water recycling. So really appreciated Assistant Administrator Fox being out here touring the infrastructure work that is going on in the state, especially around water recycling, and the importance of the federal dollars on the WIFIA side and on the bipartisan infrastructure law side of things that we're able to here continue and contribute to incredible work and leadership happening in the state. So just kind of shout out to that tour. I also attended the Western States Water Council out in Reno. That was a good opportunity. It was after the announcement of the Lower Basin State Agreement, so it was nice to be amongst Western State partners, knowing that we have a lot of work to do, certainly on the Colorado and throughout the state, and a lot of work aligned. It was really heartening to see and hear a lot of our sister states talk about conservation up front. Their work on it, their pride on and acknowledging and need to continue to conserve throughout the basin. So it's good to hear a lot of alignment. There was also discussion of water rights amongst the basin states a bit as well, and so nice to have that. I'll stop there. Again, it was a long month. There were a lot of other engagements, and again, have to thank folks out in Clear Lake for hosting the board just a couple weeks ago. It wouldn't have been 15th then. Yeah, thank you. It was, yeah, the 22nd. Thank you. Just huge thanks. Yeah, I'll stop because I think I got my date wrong for Radhika's visit. I think that was May 8th, not the 15th, because that was our board meeting. Anyway, I'll let others go on board member reports. Board member Morgan.
So I'm actually going to go back to the end of April because I managed to get sick at the beginning of May. So on April 21st, I toured San Francisco Public Utility District's their SFPUC, Southeast Treatment Plant. And so just what stuck out to me, just during the design, they really did a lot of community outreach just to say, you know, what would you like to see? And they took that into account because the facility is right in the middle of the neighborhood. You look outside of your front window and you see the wastewater treatment facility. And so they did a lot of work to just really redesign the existing facility to make sure that as the community looked out, they weren't looking at a treatment unit there. And then in addition to that, they also did a lot of just workforce development, looking at the local community there and making sure that the local community were able to have jobs as the project went through construction. And so with doing that, it also just not a job as, you know, just as that project was going through, but it just did training. So then the community members and their, you know, small companies could also get certified as minority-owned businesses and also bid on future government jobs. And so just a really great program. So it was really nice just to get out there and to learn about that program. And then on April 26th, I joined the Central Valley Regional Board, Region 5, on a tour of oil fields down in Bakersfield. And then on May 22nd, you know, went up to Clear Lake and did that tour up there. That was really also just really good to get out in the field and just to see the conditions of the creeks and streams in person, and to hear about some of the work that is going to be occurring to remove some of the barriers, and just to see how much work still needs to be done up there and just the current conditions, and just really to learn more just about the area. Just, you know, it's always interesting to see things in pictures, but then to get out in the field and to see them. And so I really enjoyed being able to get out in the field that day. So I'll stop. That's it.
Board member McGuire.
Yes, and thank you for reminding me that it had been quite some time since we've done board member reports. I forgot, but that's okay. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. One is I did attend the Aqua Conference, May 9th, 10th, and 11th, and I presented at the Groundwater Committee on the first day of that conference, and I just bring that up because it was a very well-attended committee meeting. I don't know how many people were in the room, but it was very packed. And just to show, Paul Goslin with DWR was also there, Aaron Fukuda gave a presentation as well. And I would say it was just a good discussion update, and built on, of course, a lot of the next steps in Sigma, and a lot happening there, and just showed it was good to see the interest. So I provided an update from the state board's perspective. The other item I wanted to mention was, on the Clear Lake tour. I know I was able to go on the 23rd, so I went the next day. I think most of you went on the Monday. I went on the Tuesday, and it was encouraging to hear, just to not only to see. I agree with you, Board Member Morgan, the streams in person, and actually to see some of the hitch as well, and see that they're there, but also just to understand the work that agriculture is doing to organize. That this has been a lot of new information, new expectations, new questions about data that have come up over the past several months. And I understand you did have a chance to meet with the Farm Bureau and others, that they are working hard to try and provide that requested information. So we'll be looking forward to learning more about their successes or challenges as the months go on here. But I appreciate that there's a lot more work to be done. And then I wanted to lastly just note that last week on the 31st of May, I spoke at the California Water Efficiency Partnerships peer-to-peer annual meeting. And again, focused on water use efficiency this time, this conference, and but similar result in terms of audience. So it was, as I understand, their largest audience that they've had at one of these conferences, and it's composed predominantly of water use efficiency program managers and practitioners. And so I was encouraged to see the interest in the room and some good positive discussions about the work ahead as we continue to develop the water use efficiency regulations. That's all I have.
Thank you, Board Member. Yes, and it was actually, that Aqua Week of, no, anyway, I'll just stop. Thank you for mentioning Aqua. I completely had forgotten. And so I was able to keynote Aqua. It was good to be out there with folks. It's been a busy month. Board Member Firestone.
I know, such a busy month. Also was able to participate in a little bit with the Aqua Conference, mostly with the Groundwater Coalition. And again, similar particular interest in Sigma follow-up, but also things like PFAS and our infrastructure funding. Was also able to get a tour with the with UC Davis folks on irrigation efficiency that I think other board members got a long time ago, but I was able to get out there, which was fun, and learned a lot on outdoor efficiency and irrigation. I was able to fill in for Chair Esquivel on the groundbreaking for the New River project, which was really great. Like I said, it's always nice to be able to celebrate celebrate something. We have so many challenges in the state, and this project is a long time coming. State Water Board has been the major funder here, and it's a real EJ project and public health protection. And I think just really seeing how important it was for the community, as well as actually Mexicali across the border participating because of its importance collectively as well. And Secretary Garcia was able to participate too. And then last thing I'll mention is on Friday, I'm gonna speak at the California Water Law and Policy Conference on Sigma, and appreciate staff's help in in prepping for that. And just to reiterate, I was able to go with Board Member Morgan on the tour with Clear Lake Hitch. But thank you again to staff and all the stakeholders for organizing it. It was just incredibly helpful on all accounts. That's it.
Thank you, board member, and thank you so much for attending. I know it's a critical and storied project, and looking forward to it. I know is a lot of work that we'll continue to be doing out in the region and the watershed, so thank you. Okay, that wraps up board member reports, brings us to item number 6, our executive director's report. Anything to highlight, Ms. Sobek? Any questions from board members on the report? Hearing none, then that
I'll
ends.
just,
Oh,
sorry,
yes,
I'm
board
just
member
gonna,
Firestone, please.
I'm just gonna say I noted in there that Chrome 6 is planning to come out this month. So I'm really looking forward to that. Thanks.
Here, here. And the schedule for direct potable reuse regulations is on there as well, on when they'll be coming out. So folks, here we go. This year is going to be, there's a lot to wrap up by the end. So thank you. That wraps up item number 6 then, our executive director's report. It does not wrap up our meeting because we will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30 when we will take up item number 7, which is an informational item on the consideration of the addition of tribal beneficial uses to the water quality control plan update for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta. So looking forward to seeing everyone in the morning. Have a good rest of your afternoon. Thanks for the great morning, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Until then, we're in recess. Thank you.